4 feet high.
Thank you for all your help on it.
Oh,
That was.
Good evening, everyone. We're going to get started. Welcome to the Town Council Workshop on the Maine DOT Route 1 Marsh Project. It is Wednesday, May 6th, 2026, 5:30 p.m. All councilors except Councilor Doherty are here at this time. We have some guests with us this evening. We appreciate you coming. That will turn it over to our town manager to tee things up.
Yeah, so just quickly by way of introduction, what really brings us together this evening, our partners at the state have been incredibly responsive, almost beyond belief in my 30-plus year experience, appreciating that we've got some real challenges on Route 1 across our marsh. Those of us that live here, have witnessed it, and it's with increasing regularity and predictability. And to their credit, they've been very responsive to finding a solution, kind of a resilient solution to deal with that problem. As part of that design, knowing what our comprehensive plan says and our kind of fairly recently minted transportation plan, really pushing connectivity across all of town. As part of the design, we pretty early put an objective out that it would be great to provide for bike and pedestrian, some sort of multimodal access in this corridor. Very early in the process, they flagged the fact that from a permitting perspective, really the real estate, the width of what we see there today is the confines, and we've got to work within that. And so there need to be some trade-offs. And to their credit, they took that comment from the town or request from the town and have worked with their team and come up with a proposed solution that is a trade-off. And when first presented, I think we were all a bit skeptical, like perhaps many in the community. And again, to DOT's credit, they said, well, perhaps we can pilot this and really get some real life experience. And that's really what we're here together to talk about tonight. So Ernie Martin is going to kind of lead the discussion, and we'll rely on his staff as needed.
Yep. All right, Tom. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Ernie Martin, Maine DOT project manager for the Route 1 Scarborough Marsh project. With me here this evening, I have Paul Pottle from Stantec. I'm gonna turn it over to him when I'm done talking. He's gonna walk us down through, the design, what's the pilot is based off. It's been a challenge to get where we are today. Also with me here this evening is Kurt Thompson. He's gonna walk us down through that model. That's what got us to the point where, will this work from a pilot standpoint? And keep in mind, this is a pilot project. We're not here to finalize any decisions whatsoever related to this project. This is a pilot to see if those 2 southbound lanes or 1 northbound lane with that multi-use path to the east will in fact work. The pilot itself is going to focus on vehicular traffic. And between Kurt and Paul, they will get into those details about that strategy. Also with us this evening is Dakota Hewlett. He is our active transportation planner. He is actively across the whole state of Maine, looking at bike ped facilities and how to enhance them in communities such as Scarborough. So he's been doing a great job with his interaction with the public and getting out there and try to introduce these whys. Why do we focus on, these multi-use facilities? And he'll touch a base on that a little bit, which is also tied into Tom's comment on, the future, the development, your planning, and how this could all relate to that topic. So with that, I'm going to stop talking and turn it over to Paul, and Paul will start walking us down through, the design elements, and then he'll turn it over to Kurt, and Kurt will talk about that traffic model memo, and then you'll hear from Dakota, and then back to me to talk about those next steps and schedule.
Thank you, Ernie. So I'm sure as most everyone is aware, sort of to outline the project limits. So this is the section of Route 1 that runs through the Scarborough Marsh. We are looking to start essentially right after Doloff Way, if we're headed south to north, and it will extend all the way up to the signalized intersection up by Tractor Supply. The primary focus or the purpose of this project was with the sea level rise and things that have happened, the causeway has obviously flooded multiple times, and it seems that those events are becoming more and more frequent. So the need was determined that it makes sense to elevate the roadway. And as part of that, when we worked to determine what those new elevations were, it made sense at that point to look at the new typical section of the road. And so today is 4 lanes, 2 lanes in each direction, with 5 to 8 foot shoulders, depending on the section. Our proposed section is to have 1 12-foot lane in the northbound direction and 2 12-foot lanes in the southbound direction. We would reduce the shoulders some, but still within standards. And we would utilize that extra space by eliminating the northbound lane to be able to put a 10-foot wide multi-use path. And the entire new elevation of the roadway would be elevation 10.5, which is essentially about a 4.5 to 5 foot raise from the current elevation that's out there right now. So to kind of talk a little bit about the demonstration project, the goal and purpose of it is essentially to try to match what the proposed design would be as closely as possible. And it will allow us to, identify any potential issues, done in the short-term situation versus moving forward with the design and then finding out after construction. It also allows us to evaluate any of the impacts to adjacent roadways and surrounding neighborhoods. It gives us a chance to collect measurable data such as travel times, any delays, and I know Curtis will talk more about that later. And just, give public a chance to see if it will work. What to expect during the pilot demonstration. So everything there is meant to be temporary. The biggest changes, and I'll walk through in more detail in a minute, would be using striping, delineators, drums, cones to kind of delineate the new space. There would be advanced message signs ahead of the project to basically alert traffic to the new change. And then there would be a robust traffic monitoring system in place. And as soon as the project is done, the roadway can be easily restored back to its original condition. So now I kind of want to go through the plan in a little more detail. And so you'll see on this top pane here is the pilot, and I apologize if it's too small, but is the pilot. So this would be kind of what the temporary is. And then the bottom is our proposed design, and they're kind of overlaid on top of each other. So really wanted to, iterate that the pilot is almost matching exactly what we'd be proposing in the final condition. So starting at Doloff Way, we would have the alternating merge start. So we would keep kind of the 2-lane configuration through the Payne Road intersection and allow folks time come through that before we start merging them down. There would be a almost 900-foot merge space, which is what the design requirements are for that design speed. In the pilot situation, we would basically mask the center dashed white stripe with some black tape, and we would install some temporary striping arrows, as you can kind of see there. Again, those would be easily pulled off once the pilot is complete. We would also install signage there. You can see the alternating merge, take turns signage. Those would be installed as well. As we head north, this is still basically, you can see how long that merge is. We start to develop into the single lane section. There would be a center island, which is kind of the yellow in the middle of the screen there. Again, that would all be done using temporary tape. And there would also be some flexible delineators installed along that to help channelize traffic. In the permanent condition, that would be a flush concrete island that would be proposed there. And then at around, as the merge kind of comes into that 1 lane, we would pick up the drums. And essentially, we would set the drums such that they were 5 feet off of the new proposed stripe. So there would basically be a nice 5-foot shoulder there for traffic. And again, we would be masking the center dashed stripe on the northbound direction and installing that tape to kind of be the new fog line on the outside edge. And then as we head towards Milliken Road, the pilot would at this point be in that proposed configuration, 1 northbound lane and 2 southbound lanes. We would advocate to space out the drums so that the marsh pull-off could be maintained as it would be in the future condition as well. We are also providing so I mentioned the 5-foot shoulder. Through the area of Milliken Road, we would be widening out the shoulder to 8 feet. And this would allow, if there is a car in the northbound direction trying to take a left on Milliken Road, enough space for folks to be able to kind of go out around. And that also is mirrored in the final condition below, where we are proposing to widen out the guardrail through that stretch to allow for those vehicles to safely pass on the right if they choose to do so. Another thing to note here is we would also close off the entrance to Anjon's. Their entrance would be limited to the Milliken Road, which again matches what we'd be proposing in the proposed condition. So headed further north from Milliken, again, we're pretty much in that same configuration, 5-foot shoulder, 12-foot lane for the northbound direction. And we cross over what would be the 4 culverts in the proposed design. That would actually be replaced by a 75-foot span bridge. So I just kind of wanted to note that there. And then heading again further north, again, much of the same. We are the same configuration, 5-foot shoulders with drums, and basically that existing dashed line would be masked with a solid white line as the new fog line for the pilot. And then we start to get towards the next intersection, and we would flare back out to match into existing configuration well ahead of the intersection to allow for folks to be able to get in the proper lane and provide storage for heading further north. And I think, yeah. So the last thing we wanted to note here was the placement of advanced warning signs, and these will be those big digital signs that will flash messages. We're currently proposing to place one just south of the Payne Road intersection. That would obviously be the closest point, but also we're looking to place additional warnings further south. We currently are showing one here off Ocean Park in Saco, but we're still kind of working through with the department on the best location for that advanced warning. The goal is to allow folks an opportunity to seek an alternate route if they want to, but the intention is hopefully to have most folks go through the pilot so that it's successful in being able to test it. But we do want to give folks advance warning if they do choose to seek an alternate route during the pilot. So I think with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kurt to kind of talk about the traffic modeling piece.
Yeah. So as Ernie mentioned, I prepared a evaluation of the corridor, figure out what our options were when proposed on how we were going to move traffic around in the initial evaluation. I used volumes from August 21st, 2024 that were collected by a traffic monitoring section. Based off those volumes, I did a HCM density-based analysis to look at the roadway. For reference, in the PM peak hour, we found that the southbound direction was about 13,000 vehicles per hour, and the northbound was just under 900 vehicles per hour. So much heavier in the PM, as would be expected with the commuter nature of the route. I increased those volumes by about 15% to bring them to the 90th percentile volumes that would be expected for the corridor. That brought my design volumes up to about just over 1,500 vehicles per hour southbound, just over 10,000 or 1,000 vehicles per hour northbound. Based off these numbers, even though it would theoretically be feasible in the HTM to have a single lane both direction, due to how close the southbound was getting to that limit, we made the determination go with the 2+1 configuration of leaving the 2 southbound and 1 northbound. In this scenario, both directions would have about the same level of service. It'd be level of service C. This level of service in the HCM is different than traffic signal level of service, where it's a free-flowing condition, but it follows the same kind of guidance that C is acceptable in most cases. Obviously, F would be failing. Based off this information, looking at, as we do this demonstration, I coordinated with our traffic monitoring department, and we are going to set up a bunch of different locations where we're gonna monitor the demonstration. In particular, the merge point where we go from two northbound lanes to one northbound lane. We're gonna be looking at speeds and volumes through that area, both before the merge, in the merge, and after the merge. We will have a permanent, or not permanent, but a long-term camera station that's looking at the merge, so we'll be able to view how that merge was kind of operating. On the other end of the corridor towards where it flares back out, we will have another camera station there watching that merge and making sure that the queue from the traffic signal does not get into that merge point. We will also be monitoring volumes on Payne Road and Milliken Road to make sure that there isn't notable shifts in traffic patterns due to this change. And all of that, our traffic monitoring section is prepared to keep these devices fully operational from the entire life of the demonstration, so June 1st to September. So with that data, what we're hoping to show is that there is not any issues at the merge point. We'll be looking at the densities using the speed and volume information to make sure that the densities that we got from the HCM are roughly the increase that we see in the field. And obviously, depending on what goes on, there's going to be certain thresholds in that density to where the demonstration succeeds or fails. We fully expect that the demonstration should run as expected, but we are prepared that if we observe issues, we observe queue traffic or traffic not merging well, to accept that the demonstration did not work. Similarly, we'll be monitoring the Payne Road volumes, and if there's an unacceptable shift in volumes there, then that would also be a potential failure threshold.
Thanks, Curtis. So as Ernie mentioned, my name is Dakota Hewlett. I'm the Bicycle and Pedestrian Coordinator for Maine DOT, working statewide on bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure planning, project funding, and safety, working with municipalities such as Scarborough and others throughout the state. Ernie asked me to come mainly for the opportunity to talk about the future in Scarborough in this area. And I think, Tom, when you introduced us, you hit the nail on the head on what I wanted to talk about, which was the comprehensive plan here in Scarborough and some of the other planning that you've done, thinking about the future of the town, how development changes over time, and then how that development is connected with transportation options, and people are, commuting, people are living here, all of those types of things that come into that. You've obviously done a lot of great planning work ahead of that to set the course for the town. And Ernie brought me in because he noticed, through this project and working with Stantec on the work that they were doing, that there was opportunity here potentially after talking to the town on that. So the demonstration project itself is not going to implement the multi-use path that was mentioned. This demonstration project is meant to be more of a pilot to test the traffic configuration. And if that proves to be successful, that opens up that opportunity with the width that Paul mentioned, being constrained by the marsh, obviously being a very high value resource to the town, to the ecological community, as a whole in this part of the state, not wanting to widen the footprint of Route 1. So this is more of an opportunity to test the success of that. And if that is successful, we may be able to work together to meet some of those goals in the comp plan about connectivity, about multimodal access. We know you're doing a lot of work with the Scarborough Downs area, right? And some of the redevelopment there, and there are businesses and residential areas, both sides of the marsh and both sides of Route 1 as well. So this is more to talk about the opportunity here in the future. The demonstration project is the test, but if that opens the door, we may have that opportunity to provide multimodal connectivity. So if it is successful, and that's something that we continue to want to work on, the town continues to want to work on, we'll have future conversations about what that means, right? We'll have to have something to connect to with a multi-use path over time. But I did look, there is existing sidewalks the town has invested in already, very close on either side of where this demonstration project is. So great sidewalk connectivity. So it would be conversations in the future if this is successful and we want to move forward about, how do we connect to those facilities? How do we connect to some residential areas and business areas as they grow? Obviously, the Downs area would be a huge, destination that we would want to think about connecting. And in addition to connection, it's crossings. From a safety standpoint, we want to make sure that, no matter where someone starts their trip, whether they're on one side of the road or the other, or, a neighborhood off to the side or at a business, that they can cross to get to that multi-use facility, because it will only be able to be on one side of the corridor. So that's a huge component of some of that future conversations and planning if we get to it and we have some success with the demonstration on that. But I really appreciate Ernie inviting me down to talk. I think this is an opportunity that many communities may not have. Obviously, the marsh is a geographic barrier here when we're talking about this kind of connectivity. And, we have a high volume roadway, but it sounds like we may have an opportunity to think about what else can work here. So I appreciate the invite. And again, Tom, it goes back to your statement about comprehensive planning. It's very clear that the town has some important goals around connectivity and multimodal access, and this might be an important shot to help make that happen.
I would just add that the reality of this is, this investment is likely, a 50-year, probably 100-year investment. And this is the time to have this conversation, because the opportunity will not present itself for a generation, arguably. So no one should be surprised that we're having it. I think we need to have it now.
Okay, so what's next? So here we are tonight, May 6th, at the council workshop. Just trying to present as much data to you guys and information as possible to make a collective decision. So if all proceeds from tonight, I'm looking at trying to button up that pilot package, which Paul developed, looking at when the cones and barrels go out, when the signs go out, how we implement this thing. I want that package complete by the end of the month. And then June 1st, that's when we really hit that media campaign and outreach, letting everybody in the communities know, and the traveling communities that, traverse through Route 1, Turnpike, Payne Road, et cetera. We want to make sure everybody totally understands when this thing goes live. It's going to be a change. And we all know how people love change these days. But you are talking about a gap here. I call it the Audubon stretch of Route 1 through Scarborough. It's like, who's going to beat who from one end of the project to the other right now. I just think speeds are erroneously bad out there. And I think with this pilot, it's going to slow people down. One thing that we're going to be gauging, if the opportunity presents itself to do this pilot, is to manage and see what those speeds are. Kurt kind of touched upon it. Is, I think you're going to be able to lower the speed out there. Some people might lose 15 seconds of their life because they can't go 65, 70 out there. They might have to slow down to, make this stretch. But I think from a safety standpoint, it's going to be a huge benefit. So that's the other element of, department's interest here, is the total safety improvement of what this does propose. So by June 1st, we're going to hit the ground running with everything we got in our toolbox, working with the town to get it on the website, get that outreach to all the outlets that we have available to us. And then June 15th, we start implementing that traffic change. And that's a Monday. So we felt that Monday was a good time to really kick this off. The questions have come up. Why are you doing this? It's the busiest time of year. Well, that's when we want to do it. We want to make sure it works when the traffic's heavy. If we did this in December, what value are we gaining? So yes, is it going to be a disruption? It's going to be a change, but I honestly think the first 48 hours are going to be probably the most miserable to everybody that traverses this area, because you're not used to it. But I think once you manage that, and then it becomes second nature to you like it does today. You're going to have obstacles in the way. I guarantee there'll be a few barrels that get hit, few pylons out there. They're going to get hit just because, number one, people aren't paying attention. They're looking at their cell phones and et cetera, et cetera. So the merge, that's going to be interesting. We've done a few of those projects across the state where that alt merge comes into one lane. I think the first one that I ever did was up on Western Avenue in Augusta, right beyond Charlie's auto dealership right there. When we implemented that, it was like, I could not believe the accidents that were happening. But it's that drag strip mentality that they have, that they want to get from point A to point B, and they don't care how they get there. That's what those alt merges are for, is kind of slow people down, and you take your time, you share the road with others and allow them in front of you or in back of you. So we're gonna run this for about 2 months. We talked about that a lot internally. It's like, how can you establish if it's gonna work or not? You know, if you did it for a week, it's gonna do no good, right? Because the first 2 days, people are trying to get acclimated to it. So then you really got 1 or 2 solid days before you shut it down. So we all agreed internally from department heads all the way to the town that 2 months was adequate to get a true pulse of what this pilot project's gonna do. So what happens after that? We pull it up August 10th. So that's where all that data collection that Kurt mentioned is gonna come into play. It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a little time consuming to figure this out. I'll say this right now, there's not a fire under us to get the end results right now or get through this and to get the project done. Our hopes are to take whatever we get, whatever direction we receive from the town, is to take this to what we call a preliminary design report, which basically that's gonna get it to a point where it'll get shelved. You know, waiting for the like Protect program, climate resilient projects and money to come about to build this project. It's not gonna be cheap. It's gonna be, you know, right now our estimates are around 48 million to do the construction. If it comes to that, you know, no matter what it is for a project, whether it's existing condition or the pilot, it's gonna be around $48 million, because we're gonna have to do a preload out there because the soil conditions are so bad and settlement's gonna occur. So what we have to do is go out and preload, which we put, you know, levels of material down probably 2 feet at a time, and then walk away. Let it settle for a couple weeks and then come back. Add another 2 feet, let it settle and come back. You know, so based off the design, the highest astronomical tide that Paul mentioned is basically what that is. What's the tide at full moon? That's when the tide's at its highest. That's what highest astronomical tide means. It does not take into our calculations, don't take into consideration storm surge. It's just based off tidal flow and the increase in tidal activity. With that, I'm all done talking, but we're available here for any questions you folks have.
Great. Thank you for that presentation. Helpful information. And open it up for council comments or questions. Sure.
Thank you all for being here tonight. We've gotten a lot of feedback from residents, but I know that from the Transportation Commission, a committee, and others who work in this field, they are recommending this. One of the, you had talked about slowing people down, and I'm kind of curious if you have any intention of maybe slowing the speed across the marsh before entering this merge?
Yeah, that's one of the things we're gonna monitor. You know, Kurt and his folks will pay attention to the speeds out there. We're gonna have radar stations out there.
Yeah, there'll be 6 or 7.
Noted.
overall.
So I'll be ticketable, so don't worry about it. You'll get- But no, I think the intentions here is to look at that closely. Right now it's 50, or really 60, 65 when you come right down to it. You
Absolutely.
think about how people travel out there. I think our hopes are is 45 to at least hit that. I think any less would be detrimental to, you know, the mobility of how traffic's flowing, but I think there is an opportunity to at least drop that down a little bit.
And then you talk about safety, but yet we're keeping Milliken Road open and allowing people to turn left. And I live on Pine Point Road. I travel this. I mean, it's pretty common that people are slamming on their brakes already. And I'm somewhat supportive of this despite the feedback we're getting. But that is a big concern of mine. Is that something you might address further down the road?
Yeah, that's something that's been on the radar ever since we really initiated this conversation, probably in 2018, 19. We've been at this a while. You know, one of the things that, you know, we asked a question, which we know that would, but I'll ask it again, is Milliken Road on the table to dead end?
I think it should
Just a
be,
question.
but
But that's one of the things that will come into that further
Right.
evaluation. We really haven't discussed that, but we as a department said, what's the harm in dead ending that? obviously that's a cut through for some and that might have impacts elsewhere too. So, but no decision's been made. I just figured you asked a question and, you know, that has been mentioned.
So I mean, generally, I feel, my personal opinion is that a lot of the traffic that we're getting in the Dunstan area is cut through traffic. When I look at Route 1 North in Saco, I mean, they've just exploded. And so I think when I think about just how much our population has grown, how much the town's populations around us have grown, I can't help but notice that you put in a new exit in Saco. And I'm just wondering at what point you might be triggered to put in another exit, maybe at like Flag Pond or something. One of my questions is, because this was not mentioned once tonight, was I thought this was a tool to sometimes use to divert traffic and force people to maybe go a different way. That's one of the reasons I'm a little more curious and supportive of this, is I do feel like Scarborough is just a cut through. And I'm watching more and more development going up constantly in Saco. And I know the main way is I'm not getting on that highway. I'm going to take Route 1. And so can you speak to if you feel like, because I understand Saco is closing one of their Route 1 north lanes as well. And I don't know if that's been on your radar, if that's factoring in, if you guys go, okay, we're updating the marsh, but like what's going on just, you know, south of the marsh that's going to impact it.
Yeah, I don't know enough about the Saco thing, but you know, I know enough that's a different roadway section. Right, that's completely different than the marsh. The marsh is kind of like on an island all by itself, right? You don't really have to worry about those left movements across the marsh except for one location. When you go to Saco, how many left-hand turn movements are you worried about? So I don't know enough to elaborate further, but I look at that, these are two different animals. Your concern about the connectivity and other routes, that's one of the things Kurt and his team's gonna do is monitor the side roads and see how much increased traffic, you know, maybe Payne Road gets, and all the other options that people have to avoid going through the pilot, which we hope not. Like I said, I don't think it's an issue other than it's gonna slow people down. That's my focus as a project manager. That's my benefit. It's gonna improve a lot of things, but safety is gonna be the biggest thing.
And this is just kind of a comment really, but you know, I do have concerns about the school buses. So you're starting it right when school gets out and you're ending it before school gets in. And I understand we still have a lot of traffic, you know, a lot of vacationers in the June and in the September areas. And so I am concerned about, we're not testing that. And there's really no way I think to do it. Is the school maybe going to be running practice runs like the first week to see what it looks like, Tom? I mean, I don't know. Because I think that would be a big gap, I think, in the study if we didn't, because I mean, we can't have like 8-year-olds on the bus for now, like 45 minutes, where before it was shorter.
Yeah, my concern wouldn't be for school buses. I think they'll find a way to navigate safely and efficiently. My concern would be that we're not capturing the school traffic overall. And for
Yes.
those of us that travel that route, particularly the AM traffic, is not represented in this pilot period.
Right.
And I appreciate why they're choosing the summer months. But you know, that's going to be a hole in the data, I think.
Yeah, I think Angela Blanchett, the town engineer, she was unable to make it tonight. But we've talked to her and she was gonna look into exactly how many buses are traveling this corridor any given day. So I don't think we received that yet, but that's on the radar to collect and kind of figure out what happens.
Yeah, that's very predictable traffic. Those routes are known. So that's data that we can provide.
Right. I think this is going to be hard with Scotto Hill Road shut. I wish it was open. So I feel like that might just give you different results. And generally just to the council and everyone, you know, I think Scarborough is a natural resource destination. And I do think we want to think long and hard about, you know, I understand we live here and we drive through the marsh all day long, but I mean, we are a destination. And so I think providing more access to people to see that destination and be able to stop and pull over, because, you know, not everyone can get out at the Eastern Trail. You know, I grew up where there were older people where they just drove up to the water and they looked. So I think I want to keep an open mind about kind of what draws people to Scarborough, not just what's convenient for residents and things like that. Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Anyone else? John?
So I'm gonna ask a stupid question, and you might have already mentioned it, and I just wasn't paying attention. Like, why can't we expand the road? And I know because of the marsh, and I don't think that's an option, but is that a legal thing that we can't do it, or is it a preference thing that we can't do it? I'm just curious.
It's more of a, protecting the habitat that's there and a structural thing. Just to quickly understand the soils that are out there. Our borings went 200 feet deep to hit something that was structurally sound.
Mhm.
And that was basically compacted sand. It wasn't even rock. So that's the biggest issue there. And obviously we're trying to maintain there's a lot of interest in that marsh,
Mhm.
right? And it's not necessary to widen it out, from any point of view, whether it's a pilot project or a standard highway project, there's no reason to widen that marsh.
Mhm. And are there not other technologies or solutions where we could do something like as a raised attachment that's not necessarily hurting the marsh, but allows for at least pedestrian walking on there? Like I feel like I know on bridges, you kind of see stuff like that. We're not necessarily building a bridge, we're building kind of like a elevated road, but I guess, is there not something else, like some other innovation that we could do that could get us maybe halfway to where we want to go as opposed to like a full bike ped lane?
Yeah, I don't think so, unfortunately. I think, if money was no option, I'm sure we could come up with something that was creative to do something. But honestly, I think, with the 3 lanes, the 2 southbound, 1 northbound, like Kurt mentioned, right now he's using a 15% increase. That's quite a bit.
Mhm.
When you sit back and think about it, 15% increase in traffic numbers. That was more so for comfort to make sure in his calculations, and he can talk on this after I get done, but the whole thing is, whatever we do, we want to make sure of it, right?
Mhm.
So I think in that factor, I'll let you speak on that, Kurt, but
Yeah, I mean, I guess, as Ernie mentioned, like 15% was a pretty decent increase. For relative comparison, the average growth on this corridor is less than 0.5% per year. So you're talking about the better part of 20-25 years of growth to equal that 15%
Mhm.
that I used. The other thing to consider is the density that's gonna be on the northbound lane is about equivalent to the density in the heavier of the southbound lanes. Typically, the southbound lanes aren't 50-50, they tend to be more 60-40. So the density will be roughly the same as the heavier southbound lane at that same point of day.
Yeah.
Um,
How,
so those are 2 comparison points.
yeah, how does your model, to Karen's point about how there's a lot of growth happening around us and the state clearly has a goal to increase housing. And I suspect a lot of that housing is going to be in southern Maine because that's where, people want to live. So how does the model factor, if we're successful in achieving the housing goals that are set, and assuming a lot of that's in southern Maine and a lot of it is pass through traffic, like how does that change your modeling, like the sensitivity to say, maybe we don't have 25 years of capacity, maybe we have 10?
Yeah, the evaluation I did was just a high level HCM analysis. I did not use like the regional travel demand model or future planning or anything like that to estimate. I just took that 15% to get me to the 90th percentile. And I felt that was a comfortable growth given the growth rates that I've seen in the last, our traffic monitoring department has seen in the last
Mhm.
10 years.
Yeah, because I think that's one of my concerns. I think it's a great point that this is like 100-year solution, but it's hard to know what's going to happen in 100 years. But we do know Maine is booming and will probably continue to boom, especially southern Maine. And so while we do this and we get data, it might be over much faster than we think in terms of when we hit capacity. I have another question. Oh, so again, if we weren't to do this in terms of, if we said we didn't go forward with this design, as you guys do the design for the actual project, I think one of the greatest points that you guys raised was the safety issue. And I would hope that if we went with 2 lanes, north and south, that the design would include other traffic calming measures that would hopefully achieve the same goal of improving safety. So what are the types of things that if we kept the 2 lanes each way that would likely go in that could actually have the same impact that adding or merging this road or having that one lane would produce.
Mind if I?
Hmm?
Do you mind if I take that one?
But, yeah.
I have a lot of traffic calming related conversations in my work as well. Obviously, bicycle and pedestrian safety and vehicle speed are super, super linked. So, been doing a lot of work on traffic calming. With this kind of roadway, I think the feeling of openness and the width is probably one of the largest drivers on how comfortable vehicle drivers feel. In, pushing down that gas pedal until they get to that point where they feel like they're going fast enough, which is now faster than we want them to go. So without a width reduction, we have a lot less tools available to us in a 45 mph plus situation. We can't use things that are like vertical deflection, like we might see with a speed table or those types of things in a speed like that. We can't, bring in other things or have like a chicane or a lateral shift at that speed. Those speeds are just too fast to use those things. So the tools that we're left with are signage and pavement marking. And we all, kind of know how well signage and pavement marking works. It's on the more least effective side of that spectrum.
Mhm.
We were able to, maybe narrow things up and really get things going slow. People might see, guardrails separating that bike facility. People might see people biking and walking. We add some contextual elements to this, and it doesn't look like a wide open speedway. It looks more like a causeway that is seeing multimodal use, and it's feeling a little bit narrower. And then we may have an opportunity to squeeze in some more of those intensive tools for speed management. But the wider things are, the wider things look, the faster things run, and the faster things run, the less tools that we can put out there safely.
Yeah, because we're also doing a pilot project across from Little Dolphin and from Hannaford Drive. And again, there are things that are being proposed in that manner that's going to help with speed, which seems to be the biggest issue for safety. And so again, that's just where I would say, like, if we go with the 2 lanes both ways, I hope that even if it's not as impactful, that the design fully explores the different things we would need to do that. So I would say for me personally, I totally agree with Karen from the perspective of, or one of the things I've learned being on the transportation committee is like traffic is like water. It will go wherever the path of least resistance is. So I totally anticipate if we did this pilot, people would be moving appropriately on Route 1. They would find other places to go. And but again, I worry that the overall satisfaction of those residents or people driving through would decline slightly, and that's a concern that I have. I agree with Karen about the Scotto Hill Road. Like the timing of this is really bad because we have an issue right there where, again, I think will impact traffic movement. And personally, I feel good about what we have in Eastern Trail. I know it's not perfect. It sounds like, Karen, I thought that was a great point you raised about, this gives more access to people to enjoy that maybe can't do it on foot. But I feel like in terms of having a good bike ped option, we have that already that parallels Route 1. I also think when we hear from our residents and we do our surveys, the number one issue that neighborhoods bring up is the ease of getting around town in terms of areas we need to focus on. And this feels like it is counter to that, even though I think the public safety element is a positive one. I just worry that this will not make it easier for people overall. And, I just, with that particularly in mind, I really would not like to see this pilot project happen. I would prefer us to just go ahead and move forward with looking at the 2-lane road design and making sure that we have that ready to go.
Thanks.
Yeah, I just want to dovetail on something that, I took away from the transportation committee meeting that we had is you also have you could have quite a significant bus increase out here through this area. Not to say it will happen, but a lot of bus routes are starting to happen across the state in this region. So we also have to take into consideration other modes of transportation, which buses are going to be an integral part of it. They are in some of these cities right now, and it's going to come here eventually. It might hit an obstacle right now because of certain elements, cost and everything else comes into play, but that will be an element as development happens in ways for folks to commute from their development to wherever they're going to go. buses might be that other connection point, which we'll also have to take into consideration when you're looking at widths and stuff. As far as dovetailing off Dakota's comments on traffic calming, it's gonna be pretty hard with the width that you have out there. You know, I was gonna say a more non-political answer is just spike mats and tabletop speed bumps. You know, where if you go over 50 miles an hour, that spike mat comes up and you blow 4 tires. It'll be gridlock pretty quick.
Yeah.
But I just keep saying safety. I'm a project manager at heart. And whatever I try to do, I try to implement safety in every project I do. But thank you for your comments.
Just before we leave the traffic calming, I'm just interested that as designed, you're looking to maintain 12-foot lanes, which is what's there now, pretty healthy. Is there any consideration for smaller lanes?
We could look at 11s. 11s aren't out of the question. We haven't really talked about that. You know, but that's something that will be on the radar as we develop, if it's gonna be 11s or 12s. It won't be any smaller than 11s. Just because of that bus need and the widths there, especially tractor trailers. There are tractor trailers that still traverse the area, so we have to take in those considerations on vehicle widths.
Michelle?
Yeah, thank you. Couple of questions. My first question is, have you conducted a pilot like this anyplace else in Maine with a busy Route 1? And if so, what were the results?
I have not been specifically involved with one. I think the last one that was done might have been out in Westbrook. Right on Route 25, I think, which is kind of similar in nature. And again, it's hard to relate to different other pilots. This one's a little bit difficult because of that speed. A lot of pilots like the one you're
Yeah.
presently doing around by Hannaford, that's what, 25, 35 miles an hour. So the speeds are way lower, so you can institute a lot of these traffic calming things. To Dakota's point, it's hard to do anything here because of the speeds, but Kurt, have you guys done anything in a 50-mile-an-hour speed zone for pilot?
Yeah, I don't have anything immediate. That'd be a Steve question.
We can certainly get some options to look at, but I don't have any in my portfolio projects.
Okay, thank you. A couple other things. The Eastern Trail, I use it almost every day, and I feel like the Eastern Trail, we've invested a lot of money in it and a lot of time, not just Scarborough, but all the towns involved in supporting it. And this almost feels like a redundancy. And I feel like the Eastern Trail, frankly, is 1,000 times safer than doing anything on Route 1, even reducing the traffic speed to 40. I've lived here 30 years. I was a runner for years. I would never run, bike, walk any place near where we're talking about. I feel like every time you're out there, you're taking your life into your hands. So I feel like we should really put energy and effort into diverting people and getting them on the Eastern Trail. I feel like it's safe. I see people on there every day that are on bikes, that are running, hiking. I see 80-year-olds, I see baby carriages, and I feel like we're expanding it, so it's going to get finished. And to me, it just feels like that was a strategy to have a safe path. So I would really put our energy into that. To piggyback on what John said, every survey we've done, community survey, probably in the last, 5, 6, 10 years, the number 2 issues are growth and traffic. And I've probably gotten more comments from people all over the place on, please don't shut this down. It doesn't make sense. It's going to hurt our business. It's going to hurt our commute. And they just don't feel like it's practical and wonder, like, why would we do this simultaneously when we've spent all this time and energy on the Eastern Trail? So I have real concerns about that. I think it is going to push traffic onto Mussey, and I think Mussey's already dangerous, the way that the turning onto there. And I think this is going to amplify that issue. I also think Payne Road is probably the number 1 issue in town when we talk about traffic issues. I avoid it, except to go to Costco, I'll admit. But I just think that it's going to push traffic onto Payne Road, and Payne Road's already a pain. I don't think it's going to push people onto the turnpike, which we've really talked about. How do we incent people to use the turnpike instead of using Route 1 in Scarborough as sort of the bypass for traffic? I think traffic's going to back up to Dunstan, which is already a traffic challenge, especially in the summer. I mean, if you go down there and look at just on a normal day, and I know a lot of people drive through there regularly, it's already a congestion hub. And I can't imagine that shutting this down to one lane during peak vacation season is going to do anything except back traffic up even in a more complicated manner down to Dunstan. I also think that, I just think shutting down the lane in general creates more safety issues. I think that what I would request is if we already know this is sort of a raceway, and I know that to be true because I've lived here 30 years, I think that no matter what happens, that we need to lower the speed limit. So psychologically, if it's 50 and we lower it to 40, people still might speed and go 50, but they won't go 70. So my vote is to keep all 4 lanes open, to not try the pilot, and to lower the speed limit, just to keep things safer moving forward in general. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Anyone down here? Larry?
Yep, thanks. Thank you guys so much for coming, and I really appreciate the effort you've put into this. I know that the town pretty much kind of brought this idea to you to work on. And so I know a lot has gone into it. I think originally the intent would have been to be able to have bike ped in addition to the 4 lanes. And when that became improbable, it certainly changed the dynamic of the project, I think, and kind of the acceptance level. I did have a couple of very quick questions on if we were to proceed with this, the permanent version of this. Are all the lanes constructed to the same spec? If the bike ped ever needed to be converted back to a lane, would that require a rebuild of that section?
No, it's at the, Paul, if you want to pull up the cross sections, if you can, now that you're back in live mode. Yeah, I mean, as far as the safety factors with putting the multi-use path in there, because of the speeds, there's a guardrail that protects that multi-use path. So as far as safety goes, there's no one that's going to go through a guardrail to get to that multi-use path. So when you look at the cross section up there, obviously on the right-hand side is that 10-foot multi-use path. The road profile is the same. So if in fact it had to come out for other reasons if something earth shattering happens and 100,000 people come to the area really quick, could that guardrail be pulled and resume? Yes. The other thing that's really got to keep in mind here, which we've heard as well, is the public safety feature. Dropping the speed limit 40 miles an hour is not going to be helpful from a mobility standpoint, and they're not going to drive 40. They're not going to drive 50. They're still going to drive probably 60 because of the openness out there. If you give people the same footprint, they're going to drive the speed no matter what is posted. And it just comes down to who's going to monitor it, who's going to enforce it. We all know our law enforcement officials are strapped right now in doing any enforcement in a lot of our roads. So I think, I hear that as far as the width, but I think it will work in a pilot form just to figure out where it goes. But I think, to your answer, could it come out? It could, if needed.
And then there was talking both on the safety and speed. Is there any consideration to put a light in at Milliken that would facilitate those left turns and be a slowing factor in the general, span of the marsh?
I'll let Kurt answer that one because we have, a warrant analysis that we go through to, justify signals. So I'll let Kurt talk about that.
Yeah, the couple times I look back through our traffic monitoring records, they had counted Milliken a couple times in the past. Unfortunately, the most recent one was 2013, which obviously is quite a while ago. But it only had about 200 cars on it per day, which is a very, very small volume, and it would not be close to meeting turning warrants or signal warrant. Those volumes typically need to be much higher before we start to consider signalization.
And that's based on that you don't kind of want to interrupt the main flow of traffic for a low volume turning.
Yep.
But I'm wondering the added benefit of slowing and safety. I don't know if that weighs into it at all, or it's pretty much.
You trade in more rear ends,
Mhm.
decision-making, high-speed angled crashes.
Okay.
There is a safety trade-off to a traffic signal, which is why the warrants are there.
Okay. So I was originally very interested in this. I think giving up the fourth travel lane is challenging. And I did take kind of comfort in the Eastern Trail alternative. I know it's not the exact same thing of getting to businesses and things because you have to go, east or south, whichever way that piece of Maine faces, and to get to the trail and then back out to Route 1. But I understand this opportunity for this stretch of road, but I don't really see the near-term bike and ped use because north and south of this is not conducive to bike and ped traffic. And I know you can't do it all at once and you got to pick the sections and all, but with those factors, I would I would definitely lean against the pilot, but certainly, we all are interested in the resilient raising of the span. Thanks.
Thanks. Scott?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna divert traffic onto Payne Road. Payne Road, is a problem now. It's worse than Route 1. I don't know if it's worse than Dunston, but it's close. And the problem is you've got the bottleneck at Dunston, and then you're gonna release that there and put it right down to one lane. And I can't imagine not having it backed all the way through those traffic lights, even though you've got the ways after the lights. Another thing is the width of, like you said, the width of the road, north and south of there is not, there's no pedestrian lane to speak of except for a few inches, and the lane that we have now on the marsh is probably the widest lane that we have on the highway, on Route 1. So what we have now is sufficient, but it still is useless to have that wide lane there, because I think you really need to do a study as to how many pedestrians and bikes go across there. I travel it all the time, and you very rarely see somebody walking and very rarely see bikes, because they can't do, north and south of there. It's towards Saco from there is really bad. You can't really get to, if I'm passing a truck the truck is on the right and I get just before I get into Dunston from Saco, I feel very uncomfortable passing that truck in the left-hand lane because it's so close. The lanes are very narrow and the lane ends right at the curbing for the sidewalk. So again, maybe you're doing it in phases, but I think that if we just raise it up and have the lanes that we have will work. Another thing was AM traffic. I think your study may have it was done at 5 p.m. Or did you do an AM study too?
Yeah, when I did the initial evaluation with the 2024 data, I just had PM data for that. Our traffic monitoring section did count this area last year, and I was able to get AM data for that. And the numbers in the AM were relatively comparable. Obviously, your northbound's a little bit higher in the AM than it is in PM, but the relative densities and speeds were still within the acceptable limits for safe lane.
It just seems like to me, there's more traffic going north in the morning.
There
and
is, yes.
more traffic going south in the evening. And if you just did an evening test, that would show you that you have a lot more traffic going south. But I would think there'd be more traffic going north in the morning than there is south. But I don't know. I mean, you have to figure that out. But it doesn't make common sense to me. And like we had brought up about the Eastern Trail, that's how we've kind of got around it with Route 1, because it's so dangerous for somebody to get down there that a lot of people use the Eastern Trail. They can get on that in Saco. And like I said, they're going to be able to go all the way through pretty soon through to South Portland. I assume now they get on the Eastern Trail, can come back up onto Route 1 in Scarborough, at the other end of town. you know, near Southport, Pleasant Hill Road, somewheres in there. They could probably get back on Route 1 there. But again, I think, I don't know what they do when they get to South Portland, because South Portland can't be good either. But I just think the money involved in doing this test, if you talk about saving money, it's, you know, it's an awful lot of money to do a test. And I really think that, you know, you're saying a 2-month, which is good to give it a good chance, but I really think that the first day is going to be really telling, because I'm going to predict that you're going to have traffic back up to the Saco line. That's what I think. Unless people, if it does get that bad, then you have people in Saco saying, hey, I'm going to get on the turnpike. I'm going to avoid that, you know, and that would make them get on the turnpike. But, and then the other thing is dead end, you know, we can't dead end another road or take away roads. We can't take, we've got growth, so much growth. We have to have more roads and more access, and to dead end that road, it's a cut through, and maybe there is only 200 cars going through it, but that's 200 cars that then would have to go up to, you know, Dunstan intersection, which is the worst probably intersection we have, maybe in the state of Maine, I don't know, but yeah. All right, but yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, Scott. I have a couple questions, 2 or 3 questions. First, you know, one of the comments that we've gotten from members of the public is, what about emergency vehicles? And I'm assuming that you account for that in the design, not only for what would be a permanent permanent design, but also the pilot. But could you speak to what the standards are for that and how that's provided for?
Yeah, you know, it just comes down to a preference really when it comes to the whole safety vehicle application and what you have, in my opinion. If you have gridlock in any street, what happens when sirens are heard? What happens? People pull to the right. Open a navigation. Where it gets tricky is if you have a pileup. Then they're not getting through, period. It's kind of like the same idea when the marsh floods. What happens when the marsh floods? You get barricades on each side and others have to figure out a way around. You know, I think, you know, I hear the comments, and one of the things I struggle with in my job is it's a change, right? And, you know, these calculations, memos, models, whatever, don't take into consideration the human behavior aspects. Where are they going to go? You know, you don't know until you actually do it. You know, I guess that's my argument, is like, we can talk about, you know, our speculations and how we're figuring out where people are going to navigate. Well, they're going to jump on Payne Road. They're going to jump on Dunstan. They're going to jump on Mussey. They're going to avoid it. And I agree, the first day is going to be a little tricky if this thing comes to fruition. But I think in the true aspect, you got to give it a chance to fail miserably.
And I do, like, as others have acknowledged, I do understand with the caveats around school traffic, which are legitimate. I totally understand, number one, why you would want to do it that time of year, and secondly, why you would want to do it for a meaningful period of time. So you have a decent sample size. I totally get that. But in that vein, Ernie, I think you referenced during your initial presentation at one point, if I understood correctly, that there could be a scenario where you get a certain way into the pilot and it's just a mess. It's either a safety issue or just complete gridlock, even after the first couple of days, and when people have theoretically had an opportunity to adjust. Am I correct in inferring from that in that scenario, the pilot could be stopped? And if so, how would that work? And has that ever happened in your experience?
Anything's possible, right? You know, obviously in this situation, if it's just not working, you know, you have accidents all over the place. People are doing all kinds of crazy, stupid stuff out there. You know, it's probably not going to stay in place long. But I think the way it's laid out from the standpoint of the alt merge, nothing that we're doing is not seen on state highways today. Everything that we're proposing with this pilot is somewhere else in this state where You know, the alt merges are there, you know, we're restricting down to one lane in few of these localized cities. You know, the one thing I struggle with here is on each end of this project, you have gridlock. So why not give the pilot a chance if that's the town's preference, right? Because it's really this section of road. You know, I struggle with, it's gonna add mass chaos everywhere. You kind of already have that on these other intersections. Besides this one stretch of road where everybody knows that they're gonna gain 15 seconds if they hit 70 and pass everybody. And then you're gonna hit that signal, and then I'm gonna get to that signal and I'm gonna be beside that car that just passed me. Hey, how you doing? You know, so I struggle with some of the comments just based off the theoretical stuff that we live every day. And I look at this gap as there's nothing there today, but you have impacts on each side of it.
I appreciate that, and I've certainly experienced that. That's is a palpable sense on that stretch of road. This is their chance to really open it up. And because they're stuck at lights either. And I will say that in my experience anyway, the light sequencing has improved significantly over the last few years. But you're right. I mean, I do appreciate the impetus for all of that, because it does feel like it's a place where it's the one place where it feels like a highway and people are trying to make up for lost time or vent their frustration or whatever. And yeah, I mean, I'm personally really torn on this. I think we've heard, you know, if people are sort of keeping count and doing the math here, there's already a majority of the council that is not really comfortable with moving forward with this pilot. And I'm honestly really torn. And I say that as someone who sort of on the spectrum here and on this council, I'm probably more kind of pro-development than the majority probably. And so I experienced this dynamic you refer to of sort of resistance to change. I completely get that. But so there's the planner side of me that really gets all of this, you know, that you need to reduce speed. You got to balance moving cars through a given corridor with safety and allowing for pedestrian access. But I do have a hard time just kind of getting past sort of what I refer to as sort of like the neighbor test, you know, being on the council. I have neighbors who will periodically come up to me and say, what are you guys thinking? And this is definitely one of those. And so it's tough because I feel like either way, I'm sort of in a way kind of betraying my, you know, my sort of planning sensibilities, or not being responsive to a lot of the feedback we've gotten from the public around just constricting movement and potential economic impacts. We have businesses right at either end of Route 1 that are, you know, if we were to go through the pilot, would probably be impacted one way or another. Another thing that I think about in terms of transportation planning is that several years ago, there was, you know, significant re-engineering of the Payne Road intersection at Route 1 and expansion of Hygas with the express purpose, as I recall, at least one of them was to get traffic off of Payne Road and try to discourage that sort of movement. So we wanted people to use Route 1 or ideally the Turnpike, but we know that's easier said than done. So yeah, it's a tough one for me, and you know, it's a workshop. We're not taking a formal vote, but we wanted to make sure we all got to express kind of where we were with things, and just as importantly, hear from you and ask questions. Bill,
I'm interested in process. How long you must have talked internally amongst yourselves. How long will it take before you can assess that this is working or not working? And what happens if it's not working?
We pull it. There'll be a discussion with obviously Maine DOT in the town, you know, with Tom and you know, his.
That's my second question, the feedback that we're going to get. Because we're going to get a lot of feedback from people who use the road, but we also want to know what your assessment of how is it working. So I'm very interested to understand that process. so that we can make an intelligent judgment about, oh, great, it's working, or no, this is terrible. We gotta pull the plug on it.
Yeah, I
So-
think, I think it's just one of those things where obviously we're gonna have cameras all over the place. We're gonna have, you know, people looking at it. Initially, like the first week, you're probably gonna see a lot of activity from personnel out there at these intersections that have been mentioned as problem areas. But yeah, I think, you know, the biggest, honestly, my biggest concern is the startup. That's my biggest concern is the startup because it's gonna be a change to those that travel this corridor every day. You know, so I think we have to do a good job at getting the outreach out there to let people know, hey, this is happening. I mean, we're gonna have 2 full weeks of getting through the town, through the DOT, through news outlets, obviously the media outlets on the computer. You know, it's gonna be mass campaign before this even starts. That's the best we can do. And then it's gonna start and, you know, we just gotta keep eyes on it and see whether it's working. If it's not working, then we have to pull the plug.
So you'll be communicating with us
Absolutely, 100%.
on a real-time basis as to what your perception is as to, because none of us are really quite sure what success means in this context.
Correct.
So we'll all be learning whether you're assessing this as, oh, this is good, it's working, or no, this is not working and why. So I look forward to doing a test, but I'd like to be able to know that we can get good information on a real-time basis and that we can pull the plug in collaboration with you if we learn quickly that it's people's worst nightmare.
Would you mind if I add to that just a little bit? I apologize. Jumping in here. I think you're really right, though, about tracking that success and defining that success. And I think that is a partnership. This opportunity brings a partnership opportunity for defining success. I think Curtis's team and the traffic analysis team can help define success from a technical standpoint, right? With the data. But it'll take partnership with the town and with those of you and with the public to define what success means on the perception side, on the public engagement side, and how people feel. So I don't want to lose that too. There's two ways to define success, and there's a decision point afterwards too, right? Just because we do this test doesn't mean we're doing it in its permanent form. It provides us, some data, both, from the public. It may be worth doing some surveys and public engagement, working with the town on how people feel, how they perceive it, as well as the hard data. To bring to that decision point later on to weigh that. And I do want to reiterate, there is a decision point afterwards as well. Even if it is successful from a technical standpoint, or a kind of communications and public perception standpoint, there's still that decision point at the end. So if it works really well technically, but it's not digested well from the public, that feeds into that decision point. And
just to follow up, we're doing this on your behalf, right? This is your decision. Maine DOT is in the trenches trying to pull this together to initiate it, see if it works, to monitor it. End results, the town, but we're here to make sure that we do everything right, get the correct data to make educated decisions, which is, I think your question, you want data to make that educated decision. And that's why we're here. We're not here just to willy-nilly throw it out on the street and say, have fun, it turns into a, mass chaos or a crash and.
My assumption is we're gonna be talking with you guys right through the summer, to assess this properly, get public feedback as well as your own data.
Well, you're gonna get feedback.
Yeah.
Every one of you are gonna get feedback for sure.
Yeah.
And sometimes, that feedback is maybe overwhelming, but also maybe over exaggerated. So that's some of the stuff that we have to pay attention to from our seat is not everybody's going to be happy about this. Even if it works perfect, there's going to be people that aren't going to be happy about it. To dovetail off Corey's comments, the worst thing that I've ever had is a complicated project in my hometown. I can't even go out to eat, can't do anything, can't go have a beer, I'm getting, what the are you doing? You know, so we all live in that life where we have outside sources that are chirping at us. You know, but in this case here, no one's really chirping at us. We're trying something, and the only thing chirping at us is the reality of what we're producing for that data. And that's the decision we'll be provided with. Here's the data. Here's what we got. These are the delays at the intersections. Kurt's gonna come up with this. You know, I'm not a traffic engineer and I don't want to be, because their world is very interesting, I'll say. Do I always agree with traffic engineering? Absolutely not. But in this case here, I think we have to navigate this pilot in order to produce an end result, not only for Maine DOT with the data collection, but for you with the information in front of you to make that decision.
Because you can be guaranteed all 8 of us are gonna go up and down during those periods of time when it's busy to see what our own experience is. So,
100%.
yeah,
You gotta live the reality, right?
yeah.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Bill. All set?
Yeah.
John?
So just procedure, like I appreciate hearing you say that the decision lies with us in the town. So what is the next step to actually make a formal decision, or do we need to make a formal decision? Because looking at your timeline, you guys are trying to get stuff ready to go June 1st, it looks like. And so we're at May 6th, so there needs to be a pretty clear direction to you guys relatively soon. So do you feel like you got what you needed tonight, or what is the plan to actually make an official decision?
Yeah, this matter was scheduled for a workshop back in April, and at our request, we pushed it. And unfortunately, it's compressed this timeline. I think everyone appreciates there's a lot of work to be done between now and the end of the month if we're going to move forward. I know it's out of kind of process, but I think to the extent that this council can give by way of consensus, some direction regarding the pilot project tonight, it would be really important. It doesn't make sense for them to spend any more time, for our residents to have any more concern and grief over the project if it's not a go. And I know that's a bit irregular. Usually this is something that we have a little more time on.
Thank you. Anyone else? Karen?
I'm not a traffic expert. So I appreciate, I don't think any of us are traffic experts. So I appreciate, the expert advice. We create these committees and we staff our town committees with residents, and some of them are experts. And I appreciate the Transportation Committee coming out tonight. I see them. And my understanding is they did recommend this tonight. And I know how frustrating it is to serve on a committee and put a lot of time and effort into a proposal. I am not comfortable just saying no because of the feedback we got. And for the record, we have gotten emails from folks who do want to move forward with this. I just want to be clear. It hasn't all been negative. I think with the rate of growth that we've had, we have to come up with some new tools to deal with that. I think we have had a lot of eyes on this project, and I'm asking the counselors to maybe revert to the experts a little bit here and give the pilot a chance. And we have a lot of options to get out. But, I just want to acknowledge all the hard work that the staff and our own residents have put into this project, and the DOT as well. So I don't know if I just want a little more time to try to convince these counselors to at least do it. Corey and I are the ones who actually live down there, and we're the ones, I'm leaning for it. He said, maybe want to do it. We're going to be directly impacted by it. I want to acknowledge that this was a recommendation coming out of a committee. This is a recommendation coming from our own staff. So I just hope that the council keeps that in mind as well.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah, I'm ready to do a pilot program, and I appreciate that we can pull the plug on the thing if it proves to be a disaster. But I think it's the right thing to do to try it, because we're going to learn a lot from it.
We are going to learn a lot from it, from a DOT, from a, where traffic goes and comes from when stuff happens, because the stuff that we're going to put out there for monitoring isn't there today. And it won't be there today because it's going to be a lot. So where Kurt and his team have already kind of set up a plan, and, we're going to, if you choose to move forward with this over the next couple of weeks, we're going to really have some intel conversations with Kurt and his team, because we have to. It's not as easy as we say it is, setting these cameras up and getting the information out there, working with the town as well with the signals at Payne Road and Dunstan. Those are all, you guys have data coming from those. So that's gonna be helpful to have those units monitoring what's going to and from there. You know, the police department's gonna put their radar count stations out there when they can in certain areas. You have other things going on in town. That was also mentioned tonight. You know, so there is a lot going on in the area. We understand that, but is there a perfect time to do these and don't do them? I don't think there is a perfect time to ever do these. You just gotta really run the risk. It is is it a risk? Yes, it's 100% risk.
Thank you.
John?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate my position that I don't want the pilot to move forward. But as you guys do go forward, I really want to make sure in the design, we really do consider all the different traffic calming measures. I think safety is paramount, and I think there are hopefully some things we can do. I know it might be tricky. We just did our Town of Scarborough Complete Streets and Traffic Calming Guidance Manual that's actually out for public comment right now, where I'm seeing a lot of different options in the major corridors like Route 1 that we could potentially explore. Again, maybe not as impactful, but we have options, and I think safety is super important. And so I want to make sure that we address that as a top priority. And again, we are about to do a traffic and sidewalk master plan. We have the transportation study that has other areas that we want to do bike and ped. So I feel like if we're going to focus on bike and ped, I feel like there's plenty of other places in town that won't be as disruptive if we want to try and do that. I just feel like in this particular part, it's not making, like Scott says, it's not making common sense to me. And so I would just prefer to see us do a traffic design that really highlights traffic safety, and unfortunately means probably limited to no bike and ped.
Michelle?
Thanks, Corey. I agree with everything John just said, and I appreciate what Karen said. And I think that it's always important to explore lots of ideas. And I think that it's also important to know when you get to a point like this with an idea, when it's maybe time to say, great idea, great exploring, but it doesn't meet the light of day test. And I'm a no on this, and I've gotten more feedback on this than almost anything in the last 5 months from not only my neighbors, but just people from every group and every spectrum in town. And I think that there are, to John's point, a lot of places to focus, and we have a lot of things going on that I think are going to help and enable walkers, runners, bikers. And I really would think we need to continue to push people to use the Eastern Trail. And I think it's safer. I think it's an investment we've already made. And I think that we're looking at making a lot of trade-offs and budgets and with time right now. And I don't think taking this on fits into the portfolio of what I would prioritize right now. So I'm a no.
Thanks, Michelle. Larry?
Yeah, I'm a no on this as well, but I just want to reiterate, I really do appreciate all the work that's gone into it, certainly from the Maine DOT, and then, like you said, the residents and the committee members. I think originally the idea of doing bike ped with 4 lanes of traffic had great merit and all, but the sacrifice of that travel lane to gain the bike ped in what relatively is a short distance in town was where I wavered and changed my mind, that I don't think it has merit like it originally did.
Thank you. Scott?
Ditto.
Okay, thank you. So we have a majority of the council that are against proceeding with the pilot, just to kind of cut to the chase. And I don't want to belabor things with my own personal waffling. But this is a rare example for me personally, at least, where I feel like I really have changed my perspective and my leaning over the course of a conversation like this. And I think it's an indication for me anyway, that this has been a really valuable conversation. And I really appreciate all the time that you all put into preparing the presentations, answering our questions. I'll echo others who have said that, they really appreciate all the work of the Transportation Committee. Again, if I put on my planner hat, I'd probably be right there advocating as well. Assuming we go forward with a 4-lane solution, I'll piggyback on what John and others have said about safety and traffic calming. And I really do, Ernie, appreciate your emphasis the fact that you kept going back to safety. That's really appreciated. I think if we do, assuming we do go forward with a 4-lane solution for raising the road through there, I would like to see an exploration of reducing the speed limit as well as other potential measures. I live down off Pine Point Road. And again, it's not quite the same thing. It's a 2-lane road versus 4-lane, and it's not quite as open. But there's the stretch past the Audubon Center where across the marsh where it was reduced a couple of years ago to 35. And that definitely has been a learning process, but people have learned it, just as they've learned to slow down when they approach the crosswalks at the Eastern Trail, both on Black Point Road and Pine Point Road. So I think as difficult as human nature can be, especially when it comes to driving, I think people can adjust. I know it's more of an uphill battle in a stretch like this, given the expanse of it and the look and feel of it. But I would hope that we could at least explore that, and obviously enforcement would be a part of that, and see if there are other things that can be done. I hate missing the notion of missing the opportunity to enhance cycling and pedestrian connectivity. But we do have the Eastern Trail, and I will support further efforts going forward to expand our sidewalk and bike lane networks. That is very important. This has been a really tough one, but that's where I feel like this is coming down. So thank you all again. We'll adjourn the workshop now. We're going to reconvene in about 5 minutes for our regular business meeting. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Scarborough Town Council meeting for Wednesday, May 6, 2026. Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Tony, could you please call the roll?
Counselor Doherty,
Here.
Counselor Kane,
Here.
Counselor Shu,
Here.
Counselor Donovan,
Here.
Counselor Anderson,
Here.
Counselor Hayes. Here. Chairman Fellows,
Here.
all present.
Thank you. Before we move on with this evening's agenda, I wanted to acknowledge the passing on April 26th of former Police Chief Rob Moulton, who served our community for over 44 years, 22 of those as chief. I know we're going to be hearing from Chief Holmquist and from our town manager shortly with a little more on that. But for now, I'd ask that you please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Item number 4 on the agenda is general public comment. This is for items that are not on the agenda. For folks who have reviewed the agenda, which I assume is pretty much everybody here, you'll know that we do have a few agenda action items that do have the opportunity for public comment. That includes short-term rentals, the Metro bus service proposal as well. So just please limit comments during this period to anything that's not on the agenda. That can certainly include the workshop that we just held regarding the Route 1 DOT proposal. As always, I ask that you state your name and address or affiliation, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. That's going to be a recurring theme this evening, anticipating a lot of comment. It's not just really for our benefit, it's primarily out of respect for everyone else and our ability to get through all the business that we have tonight. So thank you.
I'm Susan Hamill, and I live on Bay Street in Pine Point. And I wanted to just, the budget is not on the agenda tonight, so I'm assuming that it's okay to talk about. And I'm asking that you please keep the increase to 2% or below in the tax rate. Taxpayers are already facing significant increases in household expenses, especially related to energy and fuel costs. Many families are feeling real pressure. At the same time, the school construction project will begin affecting the tax rate. Current projections suggest increases of more than 7% beginning in 2028, with similarly high impacts projected for several years after that. That's every year, and it builds. Given the importance of these obligations, it would be very helpful to also have the town's tax impact calculator updated so residents and decision makers can better understand the long-term picture. Some of the staffing increases requested at Town Hall appear to be tied to operational challenges created by the current 4-day work week. Rather than adding permanent staff positions, I would encourage the town to first explore operational adjustments such as staggered days off, expanded public hours on certain days, or other scheduling changes that could improve service levels while preserving flexibility for employees. Get creative and fix the problem without new staff. I also keep hearing that rising healthcare costs are out of our control. And it is true that healthcare inflation is a challenge everywhere. Municipalities still have options for managing these costs. We should be looking carefully at greater cost sharing through copays, deductibles, and plan design changes for both union and non-union employees, similar to what employees experience in the private sector. Finally, I use the Maine Municipal Bond Bank calculator to review the estimated impact of the approximately $26 million in projected new capital borrowing in this year, in the 2027 budget. That figure will probably increase even more because of discussions in the Finance Committee where we're shifting things from being appropriated to putting them in the bond, like purchase of police cars. Financing 26 million over 10 years results in annual payments of about $3 million. By itself, that adds, I mean, that's an addition of $3 million to the net budget. So we're starting in a big hole next year already. For that reason, I urge the council to think not only about the 2027 budget, but also about the cumulative impact of today's decisions on taxpayers over the next several years, including long-term commitments such as the Metro pilot agreement. We can't have everything we want. It's just the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dan Shapiro. I live at 5 Highland Pines Road, and I also serve on the Sustainability Committee. I was really disappointed at listening to the thought process and the conversation that just happened at the workshop. I think you have a really unique opportunity to do a test. It's a really limited time. If you think that there's not going to be disruptions when you actually go and do the work on Route 1, I mean, it's going to happen. So having disruption is not really a reason not to do that. Not going to get an opportunity like that again. And I thought looking at data and then comparing that just to what everybody thinks is going to happen, I thought that was the wrong decision. And I was disappointed in how that conclusion came about. I will say, I still think it's a good idea for what it's worth, as long as there's a sidewalk on either side. It has to go somewhere, has to come from somewhere. You know, thinking about the comments on safety that some of the folks made, I don't think you're going to see a lot of people biking and walking on that area right now. I don't think that's evidence why we shouldn't put a lane like that there, because there's not a safe way to do that now. And the more we evaluate these kinds of decisions on what doesn't exist and why therefore it shouldn't then continue to exist or exist in some other form, we're never really going to make any progress on that. And we're just going to continue to create communities around vehicle traffic. And that's really it. So just wanted to say that. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Steve Zamorowski, 19 Teresa Massey Lane. I had two comments, one about the workshop we just had. I agree with the decision only because I don't think we can sacrifice a lane of traffic for the bike path. But at the same time, what was described here is exactly what Route 1 is. It's a racetrack. It's wide, it's open, it doesn't have enough bend. But to me, that's a benefit. To me, if we have too much width, let's narrow the lanes. Let's come up with a solution where we can have 4 traffic lanes and a bike lane. I think they can go back to their homework. We could do 2 lanes and we could do a central turn and emergency lane and take out the buffers on each side. There must be some other solution where we have all that width, where we can get what we want with no increase to the base or maybe just a few feet of increase to the base. I think we can still get there. The other thing, this is a new topic. I'm part of the Sustainability Group Task Force, and we'll be coming up with recommendations this fall. But given the news, I think it's important to at least put on the radar now, and that is the moratorium on data centers in the state. That was vetoed recently, and I think the town should look at putting that on the agenda because data centers are electricity hogs, they're water hogs, and it's going to raise the rate of electricity. I don't know if we can wait till September, October. I don't know, Jamie, what the time frame for the recommendations are, but at least put it on the list because I don't think Autumn has enough to do right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Here, here.
Jim Pritchard, Maple Ave. Last month, I attended my first and probably my last meeting at the planning board. I left that meeting so disgusted and it was about the Elmwood development. From what I could gather, what was online and through the meeting, there was no traffic study done. They met with peer group review. I don't know what that means. So they get together and have a cup of coffee and say, yep, okay, this is okay, and report back to town. I didn't see any report on that. After public comment, there was discussion with the board. They had a hard time with information about traffic calming in the area. In my opinion, they were getting ready to table it. The town engineer asked if they could come to an agreement so the project could be expedited and the developer could start. If this is the sort of thing that is happening in the planning board, are they really on board with traffic calming, with development, growth, with traffic, where the town engineer wants to expedite the work? I question whether or not that the administration is really serious about this stuff. They say they are. Actions are saying something else. At the end of it, they come to an agreement where they will supply 2 speed solar signs. They will pay for a speed table and put in a crosswalk at Owens Drive. And that's the one I want to speak about. If an engineer really wanted the crosswalk there, did they go out and actually look at it? I pulled out the traffic study and I gave a copy to all you counselors. Through the week that it was studied, there were 6,895 vehicles. The enforceable were 2629. 38% of those numbers were enforceable. We had speeds as high as 45 miles an hour. I put a small table together, sight distance, coming from, I've been 3 minutes already?
Yes. Jan, I don't think we're going to be able to litigate this right now, but I appreciate your comments and I'm sure staff would be happy.
Well, I have a recommendation
Please
that
wrap-
we try to make changes somewhere, either in ordinance, growth, or charter, that once the planning board approves of development and before the permit's given, the issue goes out to referendum and have the taxpayers make the decision. I just, being at that meeting frustrated me. It seems like it was just a rubber stamp by the administration and the planning board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stonis Moody Roberts, 38 County Road. I was watching the workshop from home and I missed the last few minutes, and this may be coming a little late, but I personally agree with what Karen said, that even if there were to be a little bit of congestion caused by reducing that lane, that could actually be a good thing for the town. If you look at historical traffic on Route 1, it's basically unchanged in the past 30 years. The turnpike has grown by almost 50%. I think a statistic that I haven't seen myself, but something that Tom once said, was that 30% of traffic passing through Route 1 is through traffic. It's not from our town. It's coming from Saco or south, and it's going to South Portland and north. Traffic that should be taking that turnpike. What happens if you look at that historical traffic? If congestion grows a little bit, as it most certainly has over the years on Route 1, your through traffic diverts and you end up with that medium of traffic level that we've had for the past 30 years. The other thing, if you look at our current congestion, no one can deny that we have a congested corridor there. But what actually causes that congestion? When you look at the actual data, it's our intersections. It's our intersections that are below capacity and cause backups. That intersection at Dunstan, of course, and also that intersection at Oak Hill during our peak hours. The 2 lanes going through the marsh are not what cause congestion. The numbers show that our current levels of traffic, when reduced to 1 lane, would not affect backups. And that's the numbers, that's math. It seems like it defies logic, but that's because the congestion is actually bottlenecked at intersections on either side. So you only have a certain number going through at one point. Like I said, I do agree with Karen that a little bit of congestion wouldn't necessarily be a terrible thing, but that's not what we're even talking about with this pilot. Like I'm okay with the fact that the majority of the town doesn't want to see any possible addition of congestion. But again, that if we never do a pilot, if we never take the time to actually see if the math is correct or not, we'll never know. And it would be, I think the real conversation is to happen after that pilot. It could be that the pilot only lasts 2 weeks because the math is wrong and there was congestion caused by closing that road, or that lane. But it would be so unfortunate if we make a decision out of fear and not out of hope that maybe the math is correct. Maybe we have that pilot and the only thing that happens is that people can no longer blow by traffic at 70, 75 miles per hour and have to go at the speed limit behind traffic that's also going the speed limit. And to not even check that out would be really, really sad. So I encourage the council to at least let us have a 2-week pilot and see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Averill Hill, Maple Avenue. I recently drove past a previously heavily wooded parcel on Route 1 here in town that recently sold. When I saw what it looks like now, I flashed back to how I felt when I first saw the clear cutting at 8 Corners. I looked up the parcel online and saw that it's 12 acres and contains a protected stream with a required buffer. I was deeply concerned by what I saw doing a simple drive-by, so I reached out to town staff. I was informed that not only was the town made aware of this clear cutting after the fact, but that the developer was issued a stop work order and notice of violations. Clear cutting occurred into the protected stream buffer, and there was also grading, grubbing, and earth moving, which was determined to be construction level disturbance, not permitted forestry, and it was undertaken without any required approvals. No erosion and sedimentation control plan, no site plan review with the planning board, and no permits from the town, DEP, or the state. In the stream protection overlay within 200 feet of Stewart Brook, clearing and earth moving are specifically regulated and require prior approval. None of this occurred. If these areas are designated as protected, what protections are in place to prevent this from happening? This clear cutting occurred in plain sight right on busy Route 1. Why does unlawful clear cutting keep happening? This is not the first time. While I understand that restoration is being worked out with the developer, and I applaud Angela and Autumn for their diligence with this, nothing can replace the ecological function of a mature forested buffer. The loss of canopy, root systems, and long-established soil stability cannot be meaningfully restored in the short or even medium term. The impact to the stream and surrounding environment is long-lasting. On top of environmental harm, wildlife has cruelly lost habitat. It's also unfair to the developers who are following the rules. I urge the town to ensure we are maximizing fines set by the state and to create a new policy that focuses on prevention. Perhaps we need to have a conversation with the state about raising fines, which probably haven't been updated in years to keep up with inflation. As it stands now, it appears that whatever fines and restoration is required is seen as, the cost of doing business versus a meaningful deterrent. A stated council goal and the beginning of 2026 was to, quote, explore strategies to limit tree cutting for new commercial development, end quote. Please start now. I also respectfully request that the manager provide updates on the status of this parcel and any finds in his reports at future town council meetings. The public has a right to know how our natural resources are being protected from unlawful development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Denise Hamilton, Two Rod Road. I wasn't gonna speak, but it's gonna be quick. Regarding the workshop, because I do know that people change their minds and you guys could redeliberate afterwards and decide. It's all been talked about, the bike pedaling going north, but nobody's talking about how are those pedestrians and bikes getting back south? Bikes are required to be traveling in the same direction of cars. So if you're only going to take one lane out to go north, how's everyone getting back south? And if it's go Eastern Trail, then they can go north on Eastern Trail. Thank you.
Thank you.
How's it going? Craig Robinson, 6 Babcock Drive. Just wanted to start by saying that I am supportive of moving forward with the pilot as far on the Route 1 pilot. As far as supportive of the project, I have no opinion yet. I think that would have to be determined after the pilot. Seems like a lot of the arguments that I heard seem to be good arguments for being against the implementation after, you know, the data was collected. You know, we have the experts come in and say, you know, what the theoretical limits for traffic were, and it just seemed kind of dismissive as far as what their thoughts or their expertise was versus just the, you know, the personal thoughts of what, you know, some people thought the traffic might turn into. As someone stated earlier, I think this project costs roughly, I don't know, $50 million is what the number I heard, and likely the only redesign of my lifetime, to not test what could be potentially possible in that corridor, I think would be, you know, a disservice. I don't know what the rest of Route 1 is going to look like in 20 years. I hope it doesn't look like what it looks like now. So to completely kind of put the end to any sort of bike pedestrian because of what it looks like today, without any, you know, foresight of what it could like in the future. I mean, if I had the opportunity to cherry pick a spot for bike and pedestrian lanes in Scarborough, this wouldn't be my, you know, top choice, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's not something worth exploring. The last point I wanted to make is on the Eastern Trail. I'm a daily user, I'd say, of the Eastern Trail. I'm very fortunate that we have it, but at the same time, a lot of the arguments just go to the Eastern Trail. Like, I don't think people, or the only place in town they feel safe to walk and bike being the Eastern Trail is like should be a brag about the town. I think people should be able to walk and bike all over town. They shouldn't have to go from wherever they are to the Eastern Trail just to feel safe. And I think that's unfortunately the case for a lot of people and how they get around. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hey there, I'm Carrick Gamble. I live at 66 Coach Lantern Lane East. And I also wanted to voice my support for the pilot. It seems like maybe that ship has sailed, but it does feel like a missed opportunity, considering that, like the gentleman just said, this is a 100-year project, and who knows what our town will look like in 50 or 75 years. But to not study it and take the opportunity is a disappointment. I bike a lot. I live on off of Winnick's Neck, but I have friends in Dunston and I bike there, and I never bike on Route 1. And I understand the like logistical concerns about how do we add that bike infrastructure on Route 1. But you can't bike on the Eastern Trail in the winter. For one, there are several months where it's just, yeah, pretty difficult or impossible or unsafe. And it feels like if we don't potentially take the opportunity to study adding bike infrastructure and pedestrian infrastructure on Route 1, but we continue to add bike infrastructure on the margins of town or other sections of Route 1. I'm referring to this pilot area. I would just hate to lock in the town to have this one area that is impassable by bikes, so that there is some isolation of both sections of town from a bike and pedestrian infrastructure potential. So yeah, it would be cool if there was a potential to add more sidewalks and maintain the 2 lanes, but I just think even if we don't go forward with it, or you decide not to move on with doing the 1 lane northbound, I think it's worth studying.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Chief, we have a couple people online. Would you, before we wait? Okay.
Tim, you should be able to speak.
Yeah. Hi, can everybody hear me?
We can.
Great. My name's Tim Mason-Osan. I live at 2 Ardora Circle in the Dunstan neighborhood. I sat in the workshop and I appreciated all the conversation y'all had with the DOT folks about the pilot. And I just want to speak in favor of the pilot. I think the pilot is the way that we find out whether this is a feasible program or not, a feasible possibility or not. I have run and walked and biked on that section of Route 1 hundreds of times in the 4 years that I've lived here. And like, yeah, cars drive quickly, but it's a beautiful area of road. And I also love the Eastern Trail. But like, why wouldn't we do the pilot and add more sidewalks and add more protected space for pedestrians to move in our town? The Eastern Trail is great and does not need to be the only one we have. I've gone all the way from Saco up to South Portland on Route 1 on foot. And Saco and South Portland have all sidewalks everywhere. It's just Scarborough where we abandon the sidewalks and the actual safety for pedestrians randomly. And so I don't think it's too late to reconsider this. I don't think it's too late to like let DOT just do this pilot. It doesn't even mean that we're signing up for 100 years of pedestrian safety. We're just signing up for 2 months of a test. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Deb, you should be able to speak.
Okay, Deb McDonough, 6 Minute Man Drive. I'm here in my role with the League of Women Voters as coordinator of programming on proportional election methods. I've sent a lot of emails, but wanted to take this opportunity to remind you that I'll be at the library tomorrow evening at 6:30 for a presentation exploring concerns about our current election method and the ways in which a proportional election method can serve to more reliably deliver a town council and school board with full and fair representation for our whole community. Again, this presentation will be tomorrow evening at the library or through a hybrid link available on the library's event calendar. I'm looking forward to getting this conversation started. And then speaking only as myself and not for the League, I really appreciated the workshop this evening exploring how we might be able to incorporate pedestrian and cycling access into the project to raise Route 1 where it crosses the marsh. And I was disappointed to see the pilot dismissed without further consideration. The data indicates that a lane closure on that section of road would not have meaningful effect on congestion. We don't see pedestrians or bikes on Route 1 now because it isn't safe now. And I would love for us to have taken the time to see whether it would be possible to design a roadway isolating a section of the road for pedestrians and cyclists that would make it safe. We say we support complete streets, and then we're unwilling to test the data because people are worried that it wouldn't work. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? Anyone else? Chief?
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me a few minutes of your time to go over the highlights of Chief Robbie Moulton's career. On behalf of the Scarborough Police Department, I would like to express my sincere condolences to Chief Robbie Moulton's family, his friends, and fellow coworkers. Chief Moulton had a very accomplished career, which spanned over 44 years in the department and 22 years as police chief. This level of commitment to one community, one organization, and one profession is rare. He was very well respected throughout the state of Maine and beyond for his professionalism, leadership, and compassion on many issues affecting policing during his career. Chief Moulton began his career at the Scarborough Police Department in 1977 as a reserve officer assigned to foot patrol at Higgins Beach, patrolling Prouts Neck and working details at Scarborough Downs and the Beach Ridge Speedway. In January 1978, he was hired full-time as a patrol officer and attended the Maine Criminal Justice Academy in 1979. During his career, he further served the department as a youth aid officer, working in school programs. He was promoted to detective in 1981, where he was involved in the creation of the Southern Maine Task Force, comprised of investigators from a variety of Southern Maine communities. In 1984, he was promoted to patrol sergeant and then eventually became a detective sergeant supervising the Detective Bureau. In 1986, Chief Moulton was promoted to lieutenant, where he became the second in command to Chief Hollis Dixon. In this role, he assisted Chief Dixon in all aspects of management and was instrumental in the development of the first computerized records management system for the department. During his time as lieutenant, he attended the 150th session of the prestigious FBI National Academy in 1987. In 1994, he was promoted to captain, where he continued to assist Chief Dixon with the management of the department, to include keeping track of departmental training and preparing the annual budget. In 1995, he served as the president of the New England chapter of FBI National Academy graduates. In April 1999, he became the fourth chief of police in department history. Chief Moulton was highly involved in various boards and associations in his 22 years as police chief, to include the Maine Chiefs of Police Association, New England Association of Chiefs of Police, and the Maine Justice Assistance Council. He served on several boards, to include the Maine Criminal Justice Academy Board of Trustees, the High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area, or HIDA, Executive Board, Project Grace Board, Maine School Emergency Preparedness Resource Team Board, Trauma Interventions Programs Board, Family Hope Board, and lastly, the Health, Safety, and Security Advisor Team Board. In 2015, Chief Moulton led the effort to launch Operation Hope, which was a program that served hundreds of people who struggled with substance use issues. This initiative remained at the Scarborough Police Department until 2023, when it transitioned to the Portland Recovery Center. In 2017, Chief Moulton and retired Fire Chief Mike Thurlow began the effort with town officials to build a new public safety building. After 3 years of planning and coordination, the new building opened in April 2020. It is only fitting that we plan to celebrate his life in that building on Friday that he helped to create. Chief Moulton received 3 commendations in his career for his work as a youth aid officer in creating new school programs, and also for his involvement in solving a substantial theft case. He also received a commendation for his calm leadership on the scene of a 4-hour standoff with a barricaded suspect. He was also nominated as the DARE Law Enforcement Executive of the Year in 2005 and has received several awards from various organizations for his work in the community and his devotion to Operation Hope. In 2017, he received the Police Department's Leadership Award, along with Chief Thurlow, for dedicated professionalism, visionary, and inspirational ideals that supported the campaign for the new public safety building. In July 2021, Chief Moulton retired from the Scarborough Police Department. I will be eternally grateful for the premier department he and those within his ranks helped to develop under his command. I am also thankful for the time he spent with me before I was hired to prepare me for this role of Chief of Police, and the support he has provided to me for the last 4 years. Chief, thank you for your steadfast and dedicated service to the town of Scarborough and the Scarborough Police Department. May you rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
If I could, I just would like to offer a couple of extra thoughts, just as I think about Robbie. Robbie was Scarborough through and through. The fact that he devoted 44 years of his life, but everything he did was Scarborough based. You know, I think back to some of the accomplishments and that the chief just mentioned. He was one of the founding members of Project Grace, an organization that does so much good in this community. That was done with his high school friends, the Peckhams. He also worked with them on Project Hope. Again, people first, always looking for where the need in the community and how can we help. That was Robbie. He also was a huge advocate for our service, social service navigator. This was something really new for police departments to appreciate that there's much more than just, you know, putting them in the back of the car and taking them to county jail. Most of the folks need other supports, and Robbie was a huge advocate for in front of this council, advocating for support and funding, but really hiring terrific staff. And those are the legacies I think that will live on. I'll just remember him as a local kid made good. He really, in every sense of the word. And for those of you that had the chance to know him, he had a smile that could light up the room and probably the warmest handshake I've ever had in my life. So that's how I'll remember him.
Thanks, Tom. Thank you both for those comments. I know there'll be a little bit more information about Friday's service as part of the town manager's report. Moving on to item number 5 in our agenda, the minutes from the April 15th, 2026 regular town council meeting and the April 29th, 26 special town council meeting. I assume we can move these together. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Item 6, adjustments to the agenda. There are none. Item 7, items to be signed, treasurer's warrants. I signed those prior to the meeting and gave those to the town clerk. Item number 8 is the town manager's report.
Thank you. As was mentioned, we will be holding a memorial service for Chief Moulton right here at Public Safety Building this Friday, 11 a.m. I'm looking at Chief Kinlan. Chief Kinlan and his staff have taken over all the logistics. I am certain every detail has been considered and will be attended to. We expect a very big turnout. Law enforcement community travels well. He was well known, and certainly we expect a lot of Scarborough folks to be there too. And we'll do our very best to accommodate. Certainly anyone is welcome. School is in session, so we anticipate parking will be a challenge. We've made arrangements with Nordex just across the street here. Not Nordex, yeah, Sawyer Road, along with the Rock Church, I believe. So again, 11 a.m. Friday, May 8th here in the bays at Public Safety. I'll try to make quick work of my manager's report, but bear with me. Scott Hill Road, I'll continue to include this item on the agenda. I know it's a point of great interest. We will make application for the grant for the resilient culvert. That really puts us in a position for the council to make a final decision on the direction of that road once we have all the grant opportunities understood. And that will be in August or so. So I assure you we'll continue to provide updates, but that really is the date to look forward to. With respect to the budget, we continue to do work in support of the Finance Committee's efforts. The Finance Committee has given a task to the superintendent and myself to work toward a 2% tax rate. That equates to about $1.46 million from the town and about $2.1 million from the school. At a meeting on April 30th, we delivered a series of decision points or choices. No decisions were made, but there was some acknowledgement that, you know, that gets us a fair way toward that target. There'll be an additional final meeting on May 14th. It's my understanding the council, through its conversation with councilors' opportunities, is seeking further input from residents on the budget, and all of that will inform kind of the final adjustments I suspect the Finance Committee will make. All of that sets us up for second reading and final adoption on May 20th. For road projects, we're underway. As I mentioned, spring cleaning which includes street sweeping, catch basin cleaning, and street painting, is underway and will continue for weeks, if not months, frankly, weather dependent. The Pine Point Water Main Replacement Project is well underway. That is a project that's not the town's, but we're certainly monitoring it closely. We are, however, looking to provide perhaps drainage improvements as part of that, which would be our responsibility. And we'll be meeting with residents of the Pine Point community regarding a potential pilot project. Dare I mention pilot? But Jones Creek Drive has traditionally had lined on-street parking on one side. And it's been a point of discussion with that community right along. Given the unique opportunity this summer with the roads really torn up, we see an opportunity rather than putting those spaces back to test a bike path or a pedestrian path simply with paint on Jones Creek. And that's, I believe, something that's been generally accepted and suggested by the residents, so I expect that they'll receive that fairly well. We're meeting with them later this month to kind of finalize those details. And if it really doesn't work, once we do the final paving in the fall, we can certainly go back to putting the traditional on-street parking. Spurwink Phase 2, I believe they've started base coat paving today. I think with the weather, that's probably, they didn't get it all done. So I suspect they'll be doing that into tomorrow. And there'll be a couple more weeks with some fine tuning before they do the final coat of pavement. So that project is well on its way. Eastern Trail Project, that's been referenced, the trail has been referenced several times tonight, is considerably ahead of schedule. There's no question in my mind they will certainly beat the contract deadlines. Just for your recall, there are two deadlines to be aware of. One is October of this year, and that is to complete the section from Pleasant Hill to Wainwright in South Portland. And that is essentially done in my estimation. So certainly that will be met. And dare I say, my expectation is they'll deliver the entire project within that time frame, a year early, frankly, which is very good news for us. That will produce some notable cost savings. Our budget provided for inspection services for an extended period of time. So to the extent the project gets done earlier, that will produce budget savings. And that will be helpful because we are over budget in a number of areas. We continue to work with our partners at DOT for additional funding, and we'll be making a formal request in the next week or so in that regard. I also wanted to update you on a number of projects that were funded in the current year. This is expansion of pickleball in town, essentially the skate park that sits right behind Town Hall here. We're looking to convert to 8 new pickleball courts. That's, again, money that's provided in the current year's budget. That obviously will necessitate the relocation of a skate park, and Community Services has been working with consultants and have identified an area between Wentworth and the turf field, if you will. It's an area that has good parking and access, good visibility. There's actually lights, street lights and parking lot lights. So we think it's a very good choice. It will mean, however, that facility, the skate park facility, will be unavailable certainly for the summer, and it may be early next spring before it's finally complete. To that end, we have created a web page that has detailed information on both projects and will continue to be updated, and we'll be pushing information out to the community as well. I'd like to deliver, I think, some good news. We did hear favorably back from Senator King's office. This is on the communications project. You may recall we applied for congressionally designated spending to both Senators King and Collins. Last month, Collins basically said they're interested, but they'd like to see us have a little more commitment at the local level. But conversely, King has passed this on, and essentially that means it's going to the Appropriations Committee, which Senator Collins happens to chair. So we're hopeful. This appropriation is it is for FY27, so it remains to be seen exactly when we hear, but we see this as a very positive step. And just before I stepped in here tonight, I heard from our consultants that the overall project cost appears to be going down. I don't know what order of magnitude, but I'll certainly update you as we know more. In the workshop, there was a reference, I think Councillor Anderson referenced another pilot project on Route 1. This is not driven by DOT. It's through Safe Streets for All grant through GPCOG. And this will be to install temporary medians in the area of Little Dolphin Drive on Route 1. And it really is intended to see if these temporary medians can reduce speeds. And if that's the case, then the next step will be to consider what sort of further pedestrian improvements, including crosswalks, could be considered at that location. I don't expect that it will have a tremendous impact on the traveling public, but it will look different. There's no question. Transportation Committee reviewed this and endorsed this at their last meeting. The Portland West project, this is kind of the successor to the Gorham Connector. That project is kind of inching along, picking up a little speed, it seems. They have selected their consultant. They did hold their first meeting. I say they being the advisory committee. That was on April 28th. And they have released a couple of upcoming opportunities. One is on Tuesday, May 19th. It's an open house at the Westbrook Community Center Gymnasium. And also one on May 21st, which is a virtual public meeting. I just received this late today, so we'll provide additional information so people can attend and be involved. Almost there, I promise. Volunteers in policing, the VIPs are a really critical organization. They assist not just our police department, they're affiliated with them, but they really do so much to support community endeavors, whether it's Concerts in the Park. You probably see them at election. Many of them volunteer all day at election. This is a group that tends to attract folks of a certain demographic, older folks. I think it's really time and availability. But it's not restricted to that. In fact, the reason I want to mention it, one, is to give them really recognition of the good community work they do, but also they're actively recruiting and trying to bring more people on. And it's a way to give back to your community and really encourage people, if they're interested at all, please give it a consideration. I have included quarterly financial reports in your packet for your review. And lastly, just a reminder for upcoming workshops, we do have a growth, I'll call it growth workshop on June 3rd. At the very least, we'll be reviewing the rate of growth ordinance, which is a requirement, and also providing a detailed update on LD 2173, kind of where that all settled, and a hint at what we might look at in response, if you will. Beyond that, I think there's some other matters. We haven't kind of sorted out the final agenda, but do look forward to that. And that will be followed on June 17th with the mid-year town council goal review. I mentioned this to encourage you all to give some thought, reflect on what those are. Many of you are involved in committees that are advancing these. So you've got some time to give it some thought, and it'll be interesting to come back together and share where we are. By my quick estimation, you've made great progress already just in 6 months. So I'm hopeful we'll be well on our way to attaining those goals. Thank you for your patience and attention.
Thanks, Tom. Michelle?
Couple of questions, Tom.
Mhm.
There's been a lot of interest and communication around data centers. And I just don't know if you have anything. I know somebody brought up tonight, we've gotten emails on. I just wonder if there's anything you can
Sure.
share, want to share.
Yeah, the town was in receipt of an application for a data center off in the area of Two-Rod and Holmes Road, if you will. That application was deemed incomplete by the planning director.
Okay.
Beyond that, obviously, there's been discussions at the state level with the governor's veto and also the seating of a council to study the matter over the next 12 months or so. There has been discussion with council leadership, and staff is undertaking the task of drafting a moratorium for your consideration at your next meeting. And it would, at this point, we expect it would have a retroactivity clause to make sure it would capture any applications that are pending or considered pending, and also apply townwide. And it seems like an appropriate step to take at this juncture, given the fact that it is a matter under study at the state level. And the use of moratorium, I think this is a classic use to allow us time to better understand the topic, to better understand and make informed decisions as to where they may be allowed or not. So you can expect to see that at your meeting on May 20th.
Thank you. Another question, just the Portland West study, the new name, is it a different strategy? I'm just curious because there was so much time and energy put into that. So I'm just wondering if this is a different approach, a different strategy.
I believe it is. I have not been terribly active with it so far. I intend to be. One, it's being led by DOT rather than MTA, the
Uh-huh.
Turnpike Authority, which I think is a distinct difference. And I think it's truly a planning study. I think they are taking a step back and they're not starting with kind of capacity roadway solutions.
Yeah.
I think this study, it's my hope that they'll be studying more diagnosing the problem before we start to talk solutions.
Great. Thank you.
Any other council questions for Tom? Scott?
Just one part of it caught my attention more than others. The pickleball courts, it's a perfect example of not tightening the belt. We're going to take a perfectly good skateboard park and tear it up and put pickleball courts. Again, this is a small group of people in town that are going to use it, and all the taxpayers are going to have to pay for a small group of people's entertainment. And I just don't think that tax money should go to entertainment. Tax money is for roads and schools. Schools is a special exception. It was determined to have everybody pay for schools so that lower income kids would have a fair chance at an education. So that's why we do the schools, and it's a really good reason. But then when you get past the line of entertainment, you know, and taxpayers paying, I don't want to pay taxes for entertainment in the town. I have to do the entertainment that they provide for me. I'd rather keep that money and use that money for my own entertainment, how I want it, you know? So that's my point on that. I think it's a waste of money. Shouldn't have been added in the budget, but it's a done deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Thanks again, Tom. Item number 9, standing and special committee reports and liaison reports. Can we start with you, Michelle?
Rules and policy did not meet. We have a communication meeting coming up in a week or so. But I did, high level, we did have our first round of conversations with counselors on Monday night at Pleasant Hill School. Counselor Pellos was there and Counselor Donovan. And I felt like it was a really healthy, balanced, respectful dialogue. We had some folks that work in the school system. We had some citizens that came that provided just some really good information and data points. And then we had a group of folks that are empty nesters now, but had children in the school system at one point. I just thought it was a really good kind of just conversation, easy dialogue, looking at all kinds of different points, but also each group kind of sharing their perspective and people respectively listening and then kind of responding to that. So it was a different dynamic than we've done, I don't know, like 15 of these at this point, I think. But for me, I left feeling like people felt heard, they felt validated. I learned a lot. So I really appreciated the dynamics of the meeting.
Thanks. John?
Great. So in addition to the pilot project that Tom mentioned at the last Transportation Committee meeting, we also reviewed the Complete Streets and Traffic Calming Guidance, which is a document that's meant to support planning efforts. So as we, make roadway changes, it kind of gives a guide for the town for how they may want to consider both how the roadway is designed and for future improvements, but also any traffic calming that we want to put in there. And, we hear a lot from residents about traffic calming. We've invested a lot in our budget to have money set aside for traffic calming. And I think when the staff does and gets requests from residents on traffic calming options, it expands and gives a good list of what could be done. So I know residents are very interested in traffic calming. And so I would encourage people to go on the town website and look for the guidance document. And you can kind of see, if you look at your road and your neighborhood, the type of traffic calming measures that could be considered in the future. And so everybody seems to want a speed table, but there are definitely other options than speed tables. And so one of the things I enjoyed hearing was, just because we do our traffic calming and a speed table may not pass because of our policy based on all the resident input that's provided, that doesn't mean there aren't other options that could be explored. And so it just paints that nice picture. So I think that's great work, and excited to see that used by the town as we modify our roads and need to implement more traffic calming. To build on Michelle, we had the second conversations with counselors yesterday, and that one wasn't as broadly attended, but there was some good conversation with some people I see in the audience, just answering their questions. So that was great. We have the next ones for conversations with counselors for anybody who's interested in attending. The next one is tomorrow at 6:30 at the Public Safety Building, and then Saturday at the Public Safety Building as well from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. and then Monday at Blue Point from 6:30 to 8 o'clock p.m. And there's more after that, and the town has it on the website if you're interested in looking. I think we even have, when you first get on the website, it pops up, which is great. We also, just in terms of Counselor Corner articles and who's next, Karen, you're up for the 5:15 article. I think it's a couple days before then for Allison to have it due. Following Karen is Corey for the June 1st, and then Bill is June 15th. So just want you guys to have that on your radar. We also scheduled our communications ambassadors pilot for May 28th, Thursday, May 28th. So there's about 20 residents that we invited to come and talk. And really the objective is to hear what they're hearing and share what's going on in town to see if, we want to go a little bit old school in terms of leveraging word of mouth as a channel to help get the word out, but also to make sure we're connected to hear what's going on in the community. And we selected people who we think and we know are very active in the community to make sure that we're trying to get as diverse a perspective from different people who care about different things, who live in different places in town. So we really tried to get as diverse a group as we can to make sure we're hearing from all different voices. Yep, so that's all I have.
Thanks, John. Bill?
The Scarborough Housing Alliance met, discussed a proposed housing assessment study. We looked at two other towns, both Bangor and Auburn are using a company that we are considering. So that more to report on that later. The Housing Alliance looked at proposals for affordable housing presently before the planning board and had a discussion about short-term rentals. The concern is, do they take away from lower income housing stock? The Sustainability Committee also met, had a very positive presentation from Greater Portland Metro. More on that when it's on the agenda later. But it was a very positive presentation from Greater Portland Metro.
Thanks, Bill. Mine will be short and sweet. Long Range Planning has not met since our last meeting. They do meet this coming Friday morning, 8 o'clock here. They'll be continuing their review and comparison of zoning districts. I believe they're into the town and village center districts, the TVCs. And then I also sit on the Appointments and Negotiations Committee, and we do have an action item on this evening's agenda to vote on the appointments to the planning board to fill that body out. Okay.
Don't have much. The ordinance committee right now is scheduled to meet next Wednesday at 5 p.m. All that's on our agenda is the mobile food vendors. But for our June meeting, I know we had a public comment earlier in regards to commercial lots and clear cutting. That was one of our goals. So I think we're going to try to put something on the agenda for June.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Larry.
Hi, the school committee, referendum school building committee met last night. Harriman, our architects and consultants on the job, did the first presentations of kind of refined floor plans for each school, which was really exciting to start to see that come together. It's getting down to some more granular detail They've made a huge effort to involve the school staff in input into what they want out of the school and building themes and all. And so that's coming together very nicely. And then the other thing I'll comment on is the budget. Tom reviewed some of the process, but I really have to compliment and appreciate both the town leadership, school leadership, and the staffs for really making an effort to meet the goals we've set. Both entities have come forward with kind of, well, I would term them palatable reductions in spending. Certainly, nobody is cheering for it from the standpoint of that it's always difficult to make these cuts. Specifically on the school side, I think they what they've separated into kind of 5 buckets of suggestions with increasing level of negative impact. And the first 3 are fairly reasonable. One of the things that is a nice milestone is that the reductions they've proposed do not involve any loss of staff, that nobody would lose their job. There's certainly some reassignment of people into open positions and different responsibilities. So as Tom mentioned, we're meeting on the 14th for Finance Committee is to kind of review and try to come to some final recommendations to both school and municipal. I will give just a couple of quick facts. So when our original proposal of, the original proposals we received from town and schools had initial reductions from their original presentation of $2.8 million. And that would bring down the dollar tax increase on an average home to $198, 2.91% increase over last year's taxes. That would leave us, in order to get to our 2% goal, we would need to eliminate about another $800,000 from there out of the spending. The difference in the tax, actual dollars paid on an average home would be $138 versus $198 from where we are today. So we're working towards seeing what we can do with that. There's hard choices still. But again, I'll come back and say that the participation from everyone on this has been phenomenal. So thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Scott?
Yeah, I'll set have a committee didn't meet yet.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Item number 10, resolutions and proclamations. We have none this evening. So moving on to public hearings. 11.1, order number 26-025, a 7 p.m. public hearing on the new proposed chapter 1020, the Town of Scarborough short-term rental ordinance. I ask Autumn to give us a quick intro.
Thank you. Good evening. Autumn Spirit, Planning Director for the town. This is the first of 3 items that you all are having a public hearing on. We are bringing them back. This particular one, Chapter 1020, was before you in March. The other 2 items related to this have required to go to public hearing in front of the planning board. So this one was on pause to come back. This is the specific registration ordinance that we've been talking about for quite some time. It would apply townwide, and there are some provisions in here as written for some transitions. But with that, I will be happy to answer any questions that you might have. That's it.
Thank you. Before I open the public hearing, I'll just review our ground rules. I'd ask you to state your name and address, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. I also will note that just sort of the standard reminder that we've certainly received written communication on this. We've read the emails and they're part of the record. With that, I will open the public hearing.
Fine, I'll start it off. Denise Hamilton, 2 Rod Road. I'm speaking in support of Chapter 1020, short-term rental registration ordinance, and I appreciate the work that's gone into bringing it forward, clear and structured process. I support the registration requirement. It's a necessary step toward transparency and accountability. As part of that process, I strongly encourage the town to require applicants to provide a copy of their state of Maine retailer certificate. This is already required at the state level and must be displayed in the rental property. In addition, operators are required to file monthly sales tax returns, whether that's done individually through a property management company or a platform like Airbnb. The state clearly defines this activity as a business, and the town's process should reflect that. Requiring proof of this certificate helps ensure compliance, promotes fairness, and creates a more level playing field. However, I do have concerns with the proposal to allow permanent special exception for those who can show they've operated a short-term rental in 2025 under certain thresholds. I do not support that provision. Creating an exemption like this undermines one of the most important parts of special exception process, notifying abutters and ensuring neighbors are aware of a business activity in their area. While I understand this may create additional workload for the Zoning Board of Appeals in the short term, it's important to apply the same standard to everyone. The reality is that all short-term rentals are effectively new from a regulatory standpoint, since they were never formally included in the land use ordinance. It would be inconsistent to allow some operators to bypass the special exception process simply because they were operating before rules were clearly established while requiring new applicants to go through it. There's no grandfathering when it was never an allowed use. This ordinance should be rooted in fairness, transparency, and accountability, and that means treating all STR operators equally under the same process. Lastly, I support option 2, including prorated registration fees due by June 30th, 2026, and inspections completed by December 31st, 2026. That timeline strikes a reasonable balance between implementation and compliance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I apologize, I should have made clear that this is just a public hearing where the council won't be taking any action on this tonight. I think most of you are aware of that, but I just wanted to state that for the record. So thank you.
Good evening. Scott Townsend, 2 Acorn Lane, real estate agent who advocates for broad ownership rights, short-term rental owner and short-term rental business owner. I'm actually going to speak on both this and Chapter 405, so I don't have to get up more than once. I hope that's okay. Starting with that on 405, having the different zones and the cap, I think is unfair. It creates inequity amongst Scarborough homeowners. That's my only point on that. As it relates to the registration process, short-term rentals have existed. Maybe it's a technicality that they were omitted at one point in time during the zoning process, but they've existed since any of us were alive here in this community, and they continue to do so. So it has been an acceptable use that has happened within our town. So to take that away from somebody, I don't think is fair. The registration process, I don't think is needed. I think it's in some people's eyes, it solves one problem, but it creates many more. It's going to create more work for the clerk's office, the Zoning Board of Appeals, the fire department, the code office, as well as property managers like myself. And if there's one thing that you take away from what I'm here to say tonight is if you were to move forward with that registration process, I'm begging you, please make the deadline January 1st of 2027. A majority of the short-term rentals that take place in this town are between the middle of June and the middle of September. So what you're doing is you're asking homeowners, individuals, business owners like myself during their busiest time of year. So most winter rentals end somewhere right around Memorial Day, early June, and there's a small window to get those properties ready, both from a maintenance perspective and a safety checklist perspective. So it's adding additional timeframes and stress onto what's already a stressful time of year. During the off season, it's a lot easier to get those things done. And in addition to that, at least for our company, like inspections wouldn't be happening in the summer months. We're not going to disrupt someone's vacation or during a Saturday turnover when we're showing potential winter renters, dealing with maintenance issues and cleaning. We have a short window as it is. People want to leave later, come in early. That's not time to be doing safety inspections. The fall, the winter, there's more time. It's easier to coordinate. We'd be able to do chunks of those properties at one point in time that we can set up, give our long-term renters reasonable notice in advance versus trying to work something out with somebody that's paying a great deal of money to be on vacation for a week to have them disrupted during their vacation. So that's the one thing, if you only hear one thing that I'm saying tonight, is please don't have it start July 1st, have the deadline be January 1st, 2027. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi there, Molly Lecomte, Bunker Hill Terrace. I have lived in Scarborough all of my life. I love it here. I love my community. And as things stand, I will never be able to buy a house in this community. I completely understand how business owners may feel. Maybe they feel a little overwhelmed by this deadline. I suggest they might pivot to long-term rentals for that time. I suggest they might even sell to someone who needs it. And I understand it is laughable because it is so much money. I get it. This town is gorgeous. This town is wonderful. So many people want to be here. And there's a lot of competition too. We get a lot of competition from Old Orchard, from Saco, from everywhere. I understand that, but there has to be a balance. There really has to be a balance. Since in the past just 4 years, there's been 2 in the half-mile radius of my house, 2 new Airbnbs. These are full houses, 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom houses. These could be families that are there. I'm very proud of this town. I am very thankful that I'm able to live here while I can, but we need more of a balance. And I believe it might be the right thing for this community to take these steps and to hold people accountable for their weight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? See someone coming?
My name is Sean Flaherty. I live in Black Point Road. I want to remember Chief Moulton today as well. I served on the board of Project Grace with him. My mother was a founding member of Project Grace, and his wife helped me secure my first mortgage here in the town of Scarborough in the year of 2009. That's my home. That's now a home that I rent out occasionally as an Airbnb. Right now, I've heard our counselors talk about earlier this evening that Scarborough is an attraction for visitors, enough to pull over on Route 1, but not enough to stay in a short-term rental. The special exception required applies to nearly all residents. To go to pay to go above in front of the Board of Appeals to continue to use your property to rent out to friends and family and other folks for some part, if not all part of the year, even non-owner occupied. Moreover, we're required to post the Good Neighbor Ordinance. Well, I have heard from members of this council say publicly, based on their own experience, that that is an ineffective ordinance. But rather than amending that ordinance, we have to post it and add new, more onerous ordinance on top of our already ridiculous amount of rules and regulations to the detriment of taxpayers. I've also heard people concerned about the town's liability when it comes to the dog ordinance and plovers, but they're not concerned about the liability of the town moving forward with an ordinance that is more than likely unconstitutional under both Maine and the federal constitutions, specifically the Fourth Amendment. All I've heard to this date, to this point, is hypothetical, hyperbole, and anecdotes. No real complaints, no real studies, no real data. We're moving beyond a registration into inspection and into prohibition, essentially, of short-term rental availability for the vast majority of Scarborough taxpayers. There's no facts, there's no studies. The land use ordinance also doesn't permit 28-day plus rentals, but we don't have any problem with those. We're looking for a reasonable balance, and this is not it. And I want to make one additional point to a couple of other speakers. Having the inspections occur in the summertime when we're booked Saturday to Saturday, when are we going to do that? What is the cost to overtime on our staff to be able to have to administer these inspections and this registration? And what's more ridiculous is the fact that people in this town believe that those of us who have investment-backed expectations in the homes that we purchased can just sell in a year and a half in what is likely to be, based on gas prices, a recession coming up here. I don't think any town should be trying to force their taxpayers to sell. We're talking about less than 1% of the housing in this town. Less than 1% are short-term rentals. That is de minimis in a legal word and absolutely non-consequential in a scientific term. Thank you.
Thank you.
Haverhill Hill, Maple Avenue. The town of Scarborough needed a short-term rental ordinance back in 2017. Planning and Codes wrote the following 9 years ago, quote, "The department has seen an increase in questions from the public wanting to know what is required if they are to establish an Airbnb listing or to lease a portion or all of their home. We have largely been at odds in answering these questions. We may need to establish a specific set of required standards, a list of permitted zoning districts, or address permitting, licensing, inspection issues," end quote. Again, that was in 2017. Instead of doing what all the other towns around us did at that time, which was to create ordinances with public input, a short-term rental policy without any input from the town council, planning board, or public was quietly created. What is happening now is what should have happened then. This is the way forward. To those who say, how about just doing a registration? It can't happen without the new zoning passing, because otherwise most short-term rentals are illegal according to the current zoning. Autumn, staff, public safety, you, the council, and public have put a lot of time and thought into the draft you will be voting on this month. The town is not doing something new, unexpected, unusual, or illegal. While there are many things that the state controls that impact our residents, this is something that you, the town council, have sole control over. This draft protects housing stock, neighborhoods, creates safety standards, and gives staff needed clarity. I support what is in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Steve Zamorowski, 19 Teresa Massey Lane. I'm a member of the Housing Alliance, but I'm not speaking on their behalf tonight. I support the ordinance for a number of perspectives. The woman earlier spoke about it passionately. Short-term rentals do negatively affect residential housing stock, and that's a resource we have, just like any resource we have, shellfish, deer, moose, whatever. We have to make sure that we maintain and regulate and help have enough resources for everyone. So I do support this ordinance. I also do support a limit to about 1% of rentals, including the Higgins Beach and the beach zones. I think we've been more than appropriate in designating the beach zones as kind of grandfathered in for this process. And I think that makes sense. That's the council in the town hearing the residents say, we want this in our community. I don't hear that from any other community. So I think the special exemption rule allows people in the community and abutters to voice their opinions. We talk about homeowners' rights. Well, there's abutters' rights here too. And those people should have an opportunity, if they bought into a residential neighborhood, to have a say in what happens in their neighborhood. So that's critically important. So I support this ordinance. I support limits. And if we're worried about cost of implementing this, then let's raise the fees. Let's tax these businesses as a business, not as a resident. And we can get that money because people are making a lot of money and there's plenty of money to be used to regulate this in a way that we can all live in peace and harmony. Thank you.
Thank you. I know we have one online. Go ahead and take that one.
Danielle, you should be able to speak.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Danielle Delaquilla, Tim Myers, 104 Fog Road. I want to empathize with the younger woman who spoke, in saying that, young people who grew up here can't afford to buy a home here. I completely understand that, and I have great empathy and understanding around that. And I think when we're setting these guidelines, and this has been written in some context, I think we're dealing with two separate situations. There are the people who are purchasing homes for the sole purpose of being an Airbnb. And whether those people spend any time there or not, their sole purpose is to Airbnb it. Then there are those such as Tim and me, and I think some other people who have spoken tonight, who are living in their own homes, primarily the majority of the time, who are choosing to rent out and offer their own living space, which some people are entirely uncomfortable with doing, to help them, defray the cost of living these days, as we all know, is incredibly expensive. So I think, like, with these thoughts in mind, we need to not just have an umbrella recommendation, regulations, because I think we're dealing with apples and oranges here. Those are two very different things. In addition, I'm also agreeing with Scott that I think these zonings are very somewhat arbitrary and unfair. It's favoring the folks who can afford to live close to the ocean. It's helping them out financially, and it doesn't feel fair, to limit them on regulations and put regulations on everyone else. So I beg you all to, like, think about these discrepancies and these nuances as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mhm.
Have one more online? Couple more.
Andy, you should be able to speak. We'll come back to Andy. Amy, you should be able to speak.
Sorry, my apologies, I had to unmute. Amy Chamberlain, I live at 12 Ryfield Drive, and I have a condo down on East Grand Avenue. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I'm in a different zone area, so just want to make sure. I hear a lot of concern around the rentals. I understand people worry about residential limiting, not having enough for people to rent. However, a lot of our rentals that we do seasonal are also winter rentals. So then that does allow for rentals down in that area. I just like to say that I'm not for the zoning that you have been putting in place that you'd like to change. I'm okay with a registration. As a small business owner, I do make a good amount of money during the summer, but that's so I can afford the taxes to keep it and retire there someday. So for those who think we're just making money and not being a part of the town, a lot of us are. And yes, I am along the beach area, but I don't think it's right to take away business opportunities for others in our town if you're beyond a half-a-mile radius. That's unfair. I'd like to thank everybody on the board for listening to all of us. I know it's a lot of different opinions, and I really do appreciate the time and allowing me to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Andy, if you unmute yourself.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was reading off my notes and I didn't Didn't realize I had to unmute myself. But Andy Blanchard, 112 Maple Ave. I just want to say that I think the registration makes a lot of sense so that we can get some data before we make a decision on STR policies. I don't think, I also want to say I don't think that it's right to force an STR operator to sell their property. Like if they bought in the past few years at the peak of the market, then they probably can't afford to sell, even though the prices are high. There's just other costs and stuff, like closing costs and stuff, that I think it just doesn't seem that right to make it happen after. It doesn't seem right. Anyways, thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? No one else online? Anyone else in the room? Last call? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate the comments. The next two items, the next two public hearings, I'm actually going to combine into one, 11.2 and 11.3, because they're companion pieces. One is on the ordinance itself, and the other is for the accompanying map. So to introduce those, 11.2, order number 26-030, 7 p.m. public hearing on the proposed amendments to Chapter 405 zoning ordinance, including the creation of a new section, consolidating uses, updating zoning districts to reference said new use section, update childcare and residential care uses, definitions, and allowed districts based on state statute requirements, add conservation, parks, trails, and associated parking to the use table definitions and allowed districts, add short-term rental uses to the use table definitions, performance standards, and allowed districts, amend definitions, performance standards, and special exception standards to capture amendments, new uses, and correct inconsistencies. And then the next one, 11.3, order number 26-031, 7 p.m. public hearing on the proposed amendment to the official town of Scarborough zoning map. Back to you.
Thank you. I'll just add that this first public hearing is a much greater set of ordinance amendments. And short-term rentals is just a part of that based on the construction of how those tables were designed. The planning board in your packet, they did hold a public hearing on April 13th. There were several members of the public that spoke, and I did include the minutes so that you would have those specific concerns. Ultimately, the planning board did not have any issues with the bulk of the amendments. As far as short-term rentals, they did have a bit of concern about the non-owner occupied use short-term rentals being permitted in the CPD district. They heard from and had also other concerns about the actual coastal beach overlay. I think there was a lot of discussion, as has been at first reading, about the creation of that map and what properties are included and how those lines are drawn, because as drafted, those lines really are the delineation between you can do a non-owner occupied versus you cannot do a non-owner occupied. And so that was, they had a bit of discussion about that, but ultimately they did say that if this council decided to amend that, there may even be a name change. So it may no longer be a coastal beach overlay, but it would be a short-term rental overlay or something to that. So that's all I have.
Thanks, Autumn. So again, this is just a public hearing. Council's not taking action on these items this evening, but I will open up the public hearing.
Good evening, Allison Bristol. I live on Bayview Avenue at Higgins Beach. And not to comment on the subject at hand, except that what I did want to comment on was one of the attachments. The draft of the planning board minutes includes public comment. It notes who made the comment and what they said. And I've noticed that a lot of Autumn's meetings have that. I would encourage us to adopt that townwide, because then it truly puts public comment into the public record. And also could be done this, added written public comment, because I know a lot of times when you write in, it just seems to go out into the ether. And even though you say, to make it part of the public record, you never see it anywhere. So I would highly recommend looking at that format and adopting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Averill Hill, Maple Avenue. I just want to say, I've heard some people say that this new ordinance will force, that the town is forcing people to sell their homes. No one is forcing anyone to sell their homes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Denise Hamilton, Two Rod Road. First, looking ahead to the May 20th second reading and vote, I would respectfully ask that you consider the order of the agenda items, specifically putting the Chapter 405 should be taken up before Chapter 1020, since the zoning framework established in 405 determines where short-term rentals are permitted. Without that foundation in place, the registration ordinance becomes irrelevant, as STRs would not be allowed anywhere. The sequence matters to ensure clarity and consistency in your decision-making. As for the substance of Chapter 405, I generally support the proposed locations for both owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied short-term rentals. Establishing clear districts where these uses are allowed is an important step toward creating predictability for both residents and property owners. That said, my support is contingent on the strength of the registration process. As I've stated previously, that process must include clear requirements that ensure transparency and accountability, particularly demonstrating compliance with state-level obligations, such as proper registration pertaining to tax collection. Taken together, zoning and registration should work hand in hand. Chapter 405 defines where STRs can operate. Chapter 1020 ensures they are operating responsibly and in compliance with applicable laws. I appreciate the effort to bring structure to an area that has lacked clarity, and I encourage you to keep fairness, consistency, and transparency at the center of these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Consistency, transparency, fairness. I just want to remember that, because I've been involved with this short-term rental ordinance overlay zone, coastal overlay zone for a while now. The overlay zone is new. It's new in February or January. It was not part of any of the discussions that existed previously in the prior years. It was not part of the discussions that went to the long-term planning when this was reviewed, despite what was said at that planning board meeting. Moreover, one clear example of the unfairness in this town that has been raised by multiple other public commenters, including myself, and that I've reiterated again today, is the exclusion of the Clay Pits area as part of the coastal overlay zone that will permit STRs to continue to operate. Notably, this area is a historic public access point, which is a public boat launch, a public dock, public parking area, and more importantly, a long tradition and history of short-term rental uses during the summertime. It's existed for generations. Properties within a half mile from the public shore water access at the Clay Pits area and Nonsuch Cove should be included within the new exempted special coastal overlay zone. Right now, residents around the Spurwink River automatically get this special treatment. They're included in this close to the shore zone despite being more than half a mile away. I'm left to wonder, what was so special about Spurwink River that allows STRs to exist beyond the half mile that is not special about Nonsuch River and Nonsuch Cove? If a new coastal overlay zone is, in fact, moved forward, I would urge this council to propose serious amendments to think about where STRs should and should not exist and not have a one-size-fits 90% of the community for the rest of us. I live on Black Point Road. There are businesses on Black Point Road. There are churches. There are graveyards. There are childcare places. The STRs that exist on a Black Point Road with thousands and thousands of cars going by are somehow different because I'm 7/10 of a mile from the beach. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's transparent. It's an ambiguous line that was come up out of literally almost nowhere, and I have yet to hear a good answer of why Spurwink River is special and other parts of town with a longer history of STRs are not. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No one online? Okay.
I misspoke earlier.
All right.
I should, I should have waited. I just want to address some of the things that are being talked about because I think when you hear them, you're like, oh, wow, that could be something serious. A couple times it's been brought up about a reseller certificate with the state of Maine. Well, that's the same thing as sales tax registration, which we call lodging tax in short-term rentals. Hotels charge it, short-term rentals charge it. So anyone that's using the platform of Airbnb, they're filing lodging tax on behalf of the owner. Anyone who's using VRBO, they're filing the lodging tax. They collect it, they record it, they file it monthly with the state of Maine. All of us property managers, we collect it. Every rental that we have, we file it monthly with the state of Maine, with the sales. As it relates to homeownership, affordable housing, there is plenty of homes for sale in Scarborough. I mean, right now, you could go out and buy, there's 86 currently active, 44 are not under contract, and they're being bought by Mainers. Being in the real estate business, we have access to data. And in the past 12 months in Scarborough, there's been 292 sales, both single family and condominiums. Almost 75% of those were actually bought by Mainers. The next biggest category is Massachusetts with 6.5% that make up 15 of those purchases, and everywhere else is 5 or less. And it's not the rentals that have driven up the prices in Scarborough. It's honestly, we have a great place to live. We have beaches, we have trails. The Scarborough Land Trust has a lot of preserved land. We have great restaurants, we have great people. That was evident, especially with me in the pandemic. People got to choose where they wanted to live, and they were choosing Maine, and they were choosing Scarborough and the surrounding communities. And that's what drove pricing up. It's supply and demand. The more demand there is, and if supply stays the same, which has actually gone down, it raises prices. And most of the owners that I know that we manage properties for, they've been in the family for a long time and they want to keep them. They're not renting them because they want to be a business. If someone comes to me and says, I want to buy a home at Higgins Beach and I'm looking to put down 20% and I want it to cash flow, I'm going to laugh. Because basically that's not an option. The people that rent out their homes that we work with, they rent them so they can pay their taxes and so that they can keep that property in the family for generations to come. I know a lot of people view it as a business, but the people aren't coming to Scarborough. If you're looking to buy Airbnbs and communities and make a lot of money, Scarborough's not on the top of the list. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, thank you for all the comments. With that, we will close the public hearing. And I'm going to ask that we take a brief recess of about 5-7 minutes so we can kind of regroup and start back up. Thank you. All right. Thanks, everyone. Reconvening with item number 11.4, order number 26-038, 7 PM public hearing and action on the new requests for a mobile food vendor permit from Nicole Clivett doing business as Cruisin' Slice.
Yeah,
Jody?
thank you. This is, as noted, is a new request which requires a public hearing and action by the town council. The application has been vetted by the proper departments and the clerk's office is looking for approval.
Great, thank you. Before we turn to the council, is there any public comment on this item? All right, seeing none, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Thank you, that's unanimous. Item 11.5, order number 26-039, 7 PM public hearing and action on the renewal request for a special amusement permit from Allagash Company located at 10 Market Street, American Legion, Libby Mitchell, post number 76, located at 40 Manson Libby Road, Bailey's Campground located at 275 Pine Point Road, Beach Ridge Barn LLC located at 21 Beach Ridge Road, Black Point Inn located at 510 Black Point Road, Broad Turn Farm located at 388 Broad Turn Road, Clam Bake located at 354 Pine Point Road, Cowbell located at 185 US Route 1, Flaherty's Family Farm Inc. located at 123 Payne Road, Higgins Beach Inn located at 34 Ocean Avenue, Loyal Odor of Moose located at 19 Spring Street, None Such River Brewing located at 201 Gorham Road, Pat's Pizza located at 209 US Route 1, Salty Bay located at 68 Jones Creek Drive, Sea Dog Brew Pub located at 1 Cabela Boulevard, The Greenhouse at Highland Farm located at 109 Highland Avenue, and Throttle Car Club located at 10 Dynamic Drive. Tony?
Thank you, yes.
Sir? You good?
Yeah.
Okay.
As noted in the summary cover sheet, this is the annual renewal for a special amusement permit, which is required by any place of business that's going to serve alcohol and have entertainment like karaoke, trivia night, open mic night, or what have you. Abutter notices were sent out. We did receive 3, I believe you all received the emails as well. 2 in support. One was the Cowbell and one was the Higgins Beach Inn. There was one that did not support the Salty Bay request, but they all have been vetted and the clerk's office recommends approval.
I would just add
Thank
that none of the 17 applicants before you requested an exemption to the good neighbor ordinance.
Great, thank you. Any public comment on this one? I see one online.
Duncan, you can speak.
Thank you. Thank you, councilors, for the opportunity to speak. I do abut the greenhouse at Highland Farm. I continue to stand in opposition of the granting of the amusement park, as in years past, the same complaints remain with, having be able to hear their music inside my own home and having drunken revelers shout obscenities. And I continue to live next to what amounts to a bar in the middle of a residential neighborhood. And in reference to the good neighbors policy, the variance was granted in opposition of the standing clause that it shall not, go against the harmony of the neighborhood. And I think this drastically affects the harmony of the neighborhood and the enjoyment of my property and being able to live with my kids. I have 3 kids under 9. My neighbor next door has 3 kids under 6. Neighbor across the street has 3 kids, probably under 6 as well. And we continue to voice these concerns, and it just falls on deaf, empty ears. So I don't know what recourse we have left, but it is not wanted. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion? Get things started on this?
So moved.
Second.
All right, discussion.
Yeah, I'm sorry, what property did he abut? Is that the greenhouse?
Greenhouse at Highland Farm.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking at the application because I mean, they're not looking for an exemption or anything to the good neighbor ordinance, so. I remember when they went through the ZBA and there were some concerns, but it looks like they just want to operate Saturdays, 6:30 to 9:30, which they can already do under the good neighbor ordinance. So.
Great. Thank you. Scott?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why we're bringing this up. We have an ordinance, a noise ordinance. And I think you just said that they're trying to get, permission to do what the ordinance says. What do they want? What do they want that's different from the ordinance?
They need to secure a special amusement permit. That's what's before you. And they're not asking for any exceptions to any ordinances. They're agreeing to comply with our ordinances. But they
Okay.
need to secure this permit, and that's what's in front of you.
That's just the way the town has it set up. But if they want to do the loud noises, is that what it is? It's a noise thing that if they excess a certain noise ordinance?
The Good Neighbor Ordinance, among other things, does regulate noise, yes. And so part of this process allows applicants for a special amusement permit to seek exemption to do either out of the timeframe or what have you. In this case, no exemption is being sought, so they're agreeing to abide by the existing ordinances. The requirement for special amusement permit is required by state law, and also we have a local ordinance, and that's, again, what's in front of you.
Right, okay, so we have to do that.
Yes.
So just to clarify a little more, in real time, if they have loud music, right now the ordinance is at 10 or 11?
Forgive me, I can't quote the grid.
Different
Oh, we don't have to get
Yeah.
exact, but roughly it's around there, I think.
Yeah.
So,
7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Right.
party for Saturday.
Thank you.
yeah, so why would they have to come before us if they can do it? You say that it's state law that they have to because of amusements? So they're gonna play a band if they hire a band, if they have a band, is that what it?
The special amusement can be any number of things, trivia, karaoke, certainly live music, even recorded music would require it. And it's required of any establishment that sells liquor.
Okay, because I've had people call me and they're like, hey, they've said to me, "Hey, we have an ordinance, and so basically they can pay a fee and break the ordinance. So they're not really breaking the ordinance.
No, in the past, there have been exemptions sought and granted.
Yeah.
And those are considered on a case-by-case basis. That's not the case this year. All applicants are agreeing to abide by the regulations.
Yeah, and so this one that we brought up is at 9:30 and the others are how late are they?
The ordinance lets them go as late as 10 o'clock. They would-
Okay, so 10 is as late as they can go, yeah.
Right.
I'm thinking, I'm stuck on this one again. See, this is what happens. I'm usually quick, but when I'm stuck, it takes me a little longer. You gotta be patient when I'm stuck, because I save that time on the other ones, because I'm usually quick. But, thank you.
John?
Yeah, no, this is the easiest year of the 6 years I've been on the council with these coming through with no special exemption requests, and the volume of emails and public comment were tiny and minuscule. And so to me, this feels very easy this year to just move it forward. And like, I'm looking at Karen because there's been some nights where we've been here for hours. I think even last year we were here for hours, like where we split the question, had to look at different ones. And like, again, I think to Scott's point, or to what Tom was saying to Scott, like this is pretty much them just wanting to do things that they're required to do, and they're saying they're going to do it during the time period, and there's no special requests. So I think it's easy to just move it forward.
Claire?
Yeah, I'll just add to that quick that I actually was surprised that people took the time to write in support, neighbors, abutters, to write in support. It kind of tells you that they're the operations next to them are running well and considerate, and also thought that was a good thing.
Anyone else?
Yeah, one more thing. That helps a lot. That's what I needed to hear, was there was a lot of support for it. So, because I have had negative and people that were upset with it. Maybe it was one of these that wanted to go later. So if they want an exemption and they want to go later, we could approve them to go to midnight And people might be really upset with that.
Yeah.
And none of these do.
Yes.
Okay.
And for
Thank you.
example, in the past, it would be like a wedding, if they wanted to host a wedding and have it late at night.
Yeah.
Those were things in the past that people would ask to do,
And you
Like in
should.
their yard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I would echo the comments. This seems pretty straightforward. I can't speak to the issues that the commenter raised. I personally have not seen any complaints related to that. There may have been outreach to staff in the past. But we do have enforcement mechanisms for anyone who does violate the ordinances. So with that, if there are no other comments, I would call the vote. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to old business, item number 12.1, order number 26-033. Act on the request to authorize the town manager to enter into an interlocal agreement with Metro tabled from the April 1st, 2026 Town Council meeting. Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, as you mentioned, this matter was tabled from the April 1st meeting. As I recall, the stated reason or one of the concerns and why it was tabled had to do with some timing with the budget and really interest in the financial aspects of what's contemplated with this 3-year pilot program. I would mention as a kind of a budget update, but it relates to this. There was money at the time that this was first considered in the FY27 budget. I've since offered that as one of the proposed reductions. And I've done that after verifying that there's adequate funding in the current year budget to meet year 1 requirements. Make no mistake, this does obligate the town over the 3-year period to about $70,000. But in terms of near-term impact, we have sufficient funds already approved in the current year budget to meet year 1 requirements. I do note that the Executive Director of Metro, Glenn Fenton, is here in the audience, and I'm sure he would be available for questions if you have them.
Thanks, Tom. Before we move to council discussion, we do have public comment opportunity on this. So please come on up, 3 minutes or less.
Hello, Nina McKee, 309 Black Point Road. I've almost finished my sweater. This is incredible, you guys, the way you stay here and do this. Okay, I want to thank the Finance Committee and all the people that have worked on this budget, because I'm sure it's scintillatingly exciting to do. And I really do appreciate what you're doing. And I know that we need to cut out of the budget. So my concern about this project is that it's more money. And the total is $5,511, and I mean 511 and 5, whatever. And so anyway, we're paying $65,000 now in the budget. Next year it'll be $145,000, and the year after that it'll be $159,000 for, as Tom said, $370,500. So I really oppose this, and I oppose it also in another way. I think the idea of this mini micro transit going through the town, I think that could be, if the Downs wants to have transportation through the Downs, that would be a great thing that they could hire themselves. I think it's unfair to other developments that we don't have buses going through their developments. And I just think that the emphasis should be on Route 1 and Payne Road. And I just think that the project is really too much and too much money. And I also wonder what happens after the 3-year trial period and how much money is going to be accrued after that. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Hi. My name is Kathy Little. I'm the treasurer of the Scarborough Public Library for the Board of Trustees, and I'd like to speak briefly about the Metro Pilot Program, both as a resident and on behalf of the Scarborough Library, which has authorized me to speak on its behalf tonight. For about 15 years, I rode an express bus to work in Cincinnati. I knew exactly when to leave, 5:57 a.m., to catch the 6:08 bus. It was quiet, reliable, and gave me a calm start to my day. That experience showed me how valuable public transit can be and why this matters for Scarborough. Right now, we're dealing with rising gas prices, increasing traffic, especially Route 1, and ongoing road maintenance. At the same time, we're trying to protect areas like the Scarborough Marsh. Supporting Metro is a practical way to address all of that, reducing costs, easing congestion, and cutting down on emissions. I rode the Green Line recently and was surprised by the number of riders. With the new Intermed campus at the Downs, there's real potential for employees and patients to rely on this service. This is also about people. About 24% of Scarborough residents are over 65. Many drive now, but that won't always be the safest option. Public transit helps people stay independent longer. And it's not just older adults. This route also connects key places like schools, Hannaford, and the library, and making it useful for a wide range of residents. The library alone had over 109,000 visits last year. Even shifting a small number of those trips to transit would mean fewer cars, less pollution, and less wear on our roads. The cost this year is $145,000. If we don't move forward, we could lose more than $5 million in outside funding. That's a significant opportunity. And finally, parking in Portland, expensive. The bus costs $1 to $2. That's a simple, affordable alternative. This is a practical, flexible program with a review after 90 days to make adjustments or modifications. I hope you'll vote yes on this budget item. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's Thomas Moody Roberts, County Road. When I first moved to Scarborough, I had a winter rental down Higgins next to Bill, and was trying to make ends meet and drove for Uber. In Portland, where I was living before, I primarily was driving Uber late at night, bringing people that were out back home. And I expected that would probably be the same thing that I do now living in Scarborough. But what I found was the opposite. It was very depressing, honestly, because I could have driven full time during the days because of the lack of public transportation here. I was driving elderly people to the grocery store. I was driving them to their doctor's appointments, and oftentimes, because they didn't have a vehicle of their own, I was their only ride for the entire week because that was all that they could afford when you're paying $30, $35 for Uber, and 25 of those dollars are going to investors in San Francisco. My sister lives in Portland and she doesn't have a car. And what that has done for her life is incredible. It's freed up her ability to pay for things, to do things in a way that is quite valuable. It's cost $10,000 on average to own a car. And while most of us have that and can make that work, there's a lot of people that don't. Quickly go, 369,500 is the amount of money for the three-year cost to the town. The yearly cost average is 123,166. Out of the proposed FY 2027 total town budget of $171.9 million, that annualized cost of this public transit proposal makes up just 0.07%. That's 0.07% of the entire budget. For a $500,000 home, this equates to $4.20 out of a $6,000 property tax bill. In exchange, the town gets a 4.5-mile fixed bus route with buses running every 45 minutes, surrounded by a 13-square-mile zone with on-demand microtransit service covering from Dunstan to Pleasant Hill to Eight Corners. Someone living in Pleasant Hill, for example, can book microtransit to anywhere else in this zone, to libraries, schools, restaurants along Route 1, or to a regular bus station where they can then connect to Biddeford, Saco, OOB through the BSUB and GP Metro systems. This, just real quick to wrap up,
Stannis.
this is our community survey. And as you can see, public transportation, out of 14 criteria, ranked the very least in satisfaction, with less than 20% satisfaction. It also ranked number 5 in importance.
Thanks, Stannis.
So yeah, it's wanted by the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Ladd. I live at 12 Powderhorn Drive, and I'm the chair of Scarborough's Transportation Committee. And as always, just want to thank you all for the time and effort that you put into the seats that you're sitting in tonight. In terms of transit in Scarborough, you know, our sustainability is an important topic for all of us in this community. When you go to the website, on the town's website, and look under sustainability, it very quickly and clearly identifies that 48% of the emissions from the town of Scarborough are directly attributed to transportation in some way. 42%, I believe, attributed to energy, both from residential uses and commercial uses. And yet we have lots of programs, I feel like, and are doing tremendous good work to improve energy and sustainability in terms of our commercial and residential, things like heat pumps, things like that. But I feel like we're lacking in terms of the comparable work for transportation. And so what I've handed out to you here is 2 different graphics. I apologize to the rest of you here, but I'll try to explain them quickly. The top one is in metric. It's from another country, but it does, relatively speaking, it does outline the difference in emissions from various uses of transportation. And that is generally higher emissions from gas-powered cars, lowest emissions from biking and walking, and transit. Next, I know you've heard constantly, long outside of this topic of transit, problems around town about congestion. And while I think sometimes we maybe don't necessarily make the direct connection about like how could transit help improve congestion, the graphic on the second half of this sheet is intended to kind of help convey that. And it's essentially the amount of space taken up on a roadway moving 40 people individually. So that's 40 people in single occupancy vehicles, 40 people by bus, or 40 people on bikes. And I love this example because I feel like it's a really visual way to describe the impact in terms of congestion of what the benefits that transit can provide. Very quickly, last and most importantly, I want to draw your attention back to the goals that this body set at the beginning of this year that I feel like directly would be addressed by adopting public transit in our community. Those are under the topic of growth, managing growth by addressing traffic on our key corridors. This would certainly help address that. Under transportation, working on corridor plans for multimodal mobility, including by name, Gorham Road, Payne Road, and Route 1, and this Metro pilot study by name. And lastly, financially, to develop a 20-year financial plan and respond to the results of the transportation assessment, which has been calling for transit in our community for quite some time. So on behalf of the Transportation Committee, which I know we sent you a letter of support here. And we really urge your endorsement for this program. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi there, Molly Lecomte, Bunker Hill Terrace. I am here to voice my support for this. I understand that it seems like a very big thing to take on as a community, but between Scarborough's growth and the projected growth, I believe that this is at least a good thing to try. We have 3 years, and after that, we can say, no, thank you. I would like to make an appeal on behalf of students who would just like to, go from point A to point B without needing to walk. I know I wasn't able to walk to the library from high school as easily as I probably would have liked, nor my minimum wage job at Mackie D's. I really also would like to, appeal from the standpoint of people that, they can't afford those Ubers every day. They can't afford, honestly, they can't afford to walk. If you have a newborn that's hungry, you don't want to be walking. There really has to be throwing a bone to a community that we say we care about. And I understand it's a changing world out there that might be a little bit hard to think about, but if we don't change with it now, in 10 years, we're going to be having to pay a lot more money because we are going to need it. I just want to, again, voice my support. I hope you go for it. I know it's a lot, but I think we can do it as a community, and I think it would help us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sue Hamill, Bay Street and Pine Point. In the perfect world, I would say yes, absolutely, of course. Why wouldn't we? But we do need to think about what things cost, and we got to address our budget. Before I go through a few arguments against this, I would like to just point out that Corey Fellows, the town council chair, I believe he should recuse himself from this decision and discussion because he has a conflict of interest. His company, Preservation of Affordable Housing, has partnered with 3i Homes, leasing land in the Downs to build a 51-unit affordable housing complex for people with disabilities. This project is important for that. This transit is important for that project. His interests as a partner in preservation of affordable housing may or may not conflict with those of the town. But this is a clear conflict of interest which should be discussed and considered by the town council. Now, I just want to run through a couple of things. I think this transit is too expensive, $370,000 over 3 years, and it doesn't cover the entire town. Where I live in Pine Point, I won't be eligible to use this. The route design, it just leaves out too much of Scarborough. And I understand why they did that, to make the route short enough for the turnaround. It's got to be a 45-minute, no more than 45 minutes. But I feel that if this pilot goes into the Downs, then the Downs should make a sizable payment toward the annual operating costs. And it needs to be negotiated before the pilot begins. If we start this pilot without any contribution from the Downs, we've lost any leverage that we have to get them to pay a fair share. And I know it's hard to say no. I mean, we've had a number of workshops, but I would just ask that for all of the town council who votes in favor of this, and if this passes, I would like you to commit to take the transit for a month, at least once a week, to do some of your errands and see how that goes.
Thank you.
Hello, Craig Robinson again, Babkirk Drive. Just wanted to speak out in support of the Metro project. I agree with some of what the others have said today. I am a previous user of public transit to work. After college, I did live out of state and commuted via public transit for about 6 years. It was probably the best commute I had. I read more. I was able to not think about, driving, just sit on the bus or train and get to work. And it was honestly one of the best commutes I've ever had. I do watch a lot of the town council meetings and planning board meetings, and a reoccurring theme in opposition of a lot of projects is, traffic, parking, et cetera. And I do believe that public transit satisfies a lot of these issues that people have. Fundamentally, I just don't believe that every single person in town should need to have their own access to a car to be a functioning member of the community. I feel like that's the case. Not to say every person can live car-free in town. I know some have mentioned whether it's just one car shared between a house can save on average, a household $10,000. I mean, that a year is what they say the average cost for the car ownership is, and that's significant. Some of the others have said. I do also anticipate utilizing the public transit. I don't live within the corridor. I do work along Route 1 and am in Portland for work a handful of times a week. And I will be using the public transit if it is accepted to get in. But yeah, overall, I'm just supportive, and I think it's a great opportunity. Last thing. I know there's been some discussion about where it goes and where it doesn't. I don't know. I don't think that should be a threshold necessarily for when we do projects. If we do any sort of redesign somewhere else, we don't shut it down because it doesn't benefit this side of town. I don't know why that is a topic here. I know we're doing many different projects in various parts of town, but yeah, sorry. Nice.
Thank you.
Hi, Richard Hayes, Martin Avenue. I'm against this. Very honestly, I think it's another taxpayer donation for the Downs. I also concur that Councilor Fellows should recuse himself because previously stated he has a personal direct interest, which I believe is a conflict of interest in the Downs. I don't want to spend any more of my tax dollars supporting the Downs. I am happy those folks got a successful operation. And I think the town has contributed more than their fair share. I also heard at one point a counselor say that it was on the survey, and I forget the percentage of people saying that they are in favor of public transportation. I don't doubt that. There needs to be a second question asked, and that it wasn't, and that is, how much are you willing to pay? We are facing, as you folks are in the midst of still settling the budget for this year. I attended a meeting the other night where there was a long discussion about next year's budget is going to be even worse because state school funding is being cut. There are more bonding for the new school projects. So I don't think we should be taking on any more new expenses. And finally, I also heard a statement made once that how successful this rollout was in Gorham. I believe there's one major difference. Gorham has a college. And a good friend of mine lives in Gorham, and he says the success of the Gorham metro rollout is because of students. Unless somebody's done something real recent, I don't think we have a college in Scarborough. So thank you. I hope you vote against this. We can't afford it. We can't afford everything, and this is something I think we can do without. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rob McCann. I work for the VA Maine Healthcare System. I serve as our Public Affairs and Government Relations Officer. I'm also a combat veteran of the war in Afghanistan and someone who has dedicated my professional time post-service to advocating on behalf of Maine's veteran community in one way or another. I want to start by thanking the town council for taking up this issue tonight. As a member of the VA Maine healthcare system, we take a lot of pride and we spend a lot of time listening to to those that we serve, our veteran community. And it's why we continue to seek opportunities for capital investment and the expansion of clinics across the state. We currently operate 1 medical center in Togus and 8 satellite clinics across the state that are primary care focused. In 2023, following the closure of a clinic in Saco and a smaller clinic in Portland, we opened a brand new primary care focused facility in Portland on February 14th. It's roughly a 62,500 square foot facility, roughly a $64 million investment on behalf of the healthcare system aimed at the veterans that we serve. And we roughly treat 10,500 veterans at that facility for primary care needs. In 2023 alone, we saw 57,758 unique patient visits. And in fiscal year 25, we saw 64,153. Although it's a beautiful facility and the veterans that receive care there are very appreciative of its presence, the one thing that our facility lacks is access to public transportation. Currently, the closest public transportation, there are 2 stops that are well over a mile from the clinic, which creates real barriers for the veterans that we serve who lack adequate transportation services or who suffer from disabling conditions that preclude them from being able to drive. About 2.5 years ago, I had the opportunity to reach out to Mr. Fenton in the Metro and his partner, Mike Tremblay, about the importance of a Metro stop to the clinic. At that time, I was going into that meeting with the impression that I was going to have to try to convince the Metro of the importance of this stop to the veterans that we serve. And I quickly realized that they understood the importance of this project and ever since have been an incredible partner as we work to bring this service online. This is an important expansion for the VA Maine healthcare system. It's important to the veterans who live in the surrounding communities, to include Scarborough. We have many veterans from Scarborough who access services at our facility. And it's important to the Metro and hopefully to all of you. Without the approval of this route, the VA clinic in Portland will not be able to provide adequate public transportation support for those service members who have earned the right to access the services and benefits that they earned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, Allison Bristol, Bayview Avenue. First, I just wanted to say it's difficult to make public comment prior to the council discussion without knowing where the conversations is going after the Finance Committee budget reviews. But having said that, if we're still looking to shave $840,000 from the budget, which I think you said would need to come from staff or service reductions, the first line of logic would say, don't add any new positions or new services. The $145,000 we wouldn't spend on the Metro pilot project in FY '27 alone would make up 17% of that 840. Hopefully, this is the same conclusion the council has arrived at. And remember, in the 2025 survey, only 18% of respondents identified transportation as one of the 3 most significant issues facing Scarborough in the next 5 years. It came in 7th, or 4th from the bottom, with property taxes and growth overwhelmingly the 2 top concerns. If the Metro project is still under consideration, my key concerns are there has been no public process in regard to the town's financial obligation for the pilot project, although I do appreciate Chair Fellows' email today about how this came to be not standard ordinance review, but an act. And I have to read that more to understand it. But again, the costs involved in the terms of the agreement were not made public
until less than a week before it was presented at the April 1st council meeting. The council is quick to point out that this is a non-binding pilot project, yet the agreement clearly states the parties intend to work in good faith to extend beyond the pilot phase should each decide having the service represents a good value and worthwhile public expenditure. This is ambiguous. The agreement needs to include specific language stating it is non-binding beyond the pilot phase unless otherwise agreed to in writing and subject to public process. Projections showing what it could mean financially if Scarborough joins the Metro District, plus the related town infrastructure costs, need to be provided before an agreement is signed. Metro's agenda attachment projects ridership. Based on that, plus the hours and frequency of service, surely Metro has some idea of what we should expect. Excluding Portland, it appears annual assessments for district municipalities range from 130,000 to just over 900,000. This would kick in at the same time taxpayers will be feeling the greatest pressure of the school project. We need to assess what it could all mean before taking on more burden. And I'll make my other points briefly. I think we need to have more definition in the agreement about microtransit. Originally, I think the idea was to connect it to fixed transit or certain destinations like Hannaford's, the library, those kind of things. But the idea that it could be used like an Uber to transport people back and forth between the service area, I don't think is a good use of taxpayers' money. I have to agree with the two comments about Chair Fellows recusing himself from the vote in that, and I know at the April 15th meeting made the comment that you have your project, but it's not, you don't have a personal relationship with the Downs, but inevitably that there would be bus stops there. So I think just in terms of optics or to avoid any appearance of impropriety, I think this would be a gesture that would speak volumes to the public if you did. And I'll just end with, as you heard me say many times, just because something has been worked on for a long time is the best we can do or is consistent with a comprehensive plan doesn't make it the right thing to do. So I would encourage you not to vote for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dan Shapiro, Highland Pines Road, and member of the Sustainability Committee. I want to speak in support of this initiative. At the Sustainability Committee meeting a couple of weeks ago, we got a presentation from Metro. It was a really thoughtful program, a lot of good data that they've collected in the time that they've been doing this in other places. And reflecting a little bit on some of the conversation tonight, some of the conversation about data that we heard on the DOT initiative, and then later a number of other of the ordinances that were discussed tonight. A lot of people talking about collecting data and why that was a good idea and how we need to collect data before we make decisions. This is an initiative that is primarily funded by sources that are not Scarborough taxpayers. There's a lot of money coming from outside sources. This is a really small amount that's being asked by the town. And I think it's a really great opportunity for us to collect some data and see whether this is something that we do want to pursue and that is beneficial to the town. And we're not going to know that until we have that data. Personally, I live in a one-car home. So when I need to do things sometimes during the day, I don't always have access to a vehicle. This would be an opportunity for me personally to use, and I think that we've heard from other folks that there's others who would use it as well. So I encourage you to vote in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Denise Hamilton, Two Rod Road. I'd like to briefly reiterate my concerns about this project. While I support the idea of public transportation in general, I remain concerned about committing taxpayer dollars to a service that may not be widely used and minority used. The cost, both now and over the next few years, is significant, and I believe we should be prioritizing core infrastructure needs first. I also continue to feel that services like this should rely more heavily on user-based funding or partnerships, especially where specific developments may benefit directly. I would encourage the council to carefully consider this project, especially when it's to move beyond a 3-year pilot. But even during the 3-year pilot, I know at the last meeting, it was discussed, well, if after the first year, we didn't think it was going, we could pull out of it. I read the agreement and it's a 3-year agreement. If you want to pull out after a year, you're still going to owe money. So it's not, let's test the waters. You're committed to 3 years and we have roads that are failing. You're going to be putting heavy buses on the roads, which break down the roads more than cars. Yes, there's more cars, but the buses are heavy and loaded. They're even heavier. And we need to fix our roads before we put heavy equipment on them. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Judy Johnson. I live at 14 Cedar Brook Drive. I don't have any facts and figures. I've read some of them. I just want to speak on behalf of the seniors. I'm still driving. I'm in my 80s now. And I recently broke my wrist and I recently had knee surgery. I should also say that I serve on the Age Friendly Committee, which has done quite a study of what's available. And, you know, we've talked with, you know, various organizations that do provide services. And I know that one of them, which I tried to call, you know, when I needed help after I broke my wrist, they can't get volunteers. And I know that I really can't afford Uber. And there's just a need. People are getting older here. Maybe young people can't afford to stay here or live here or buy here. But for those of us who've been here for a while, I just would like to, you know, feel that somebody cares. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kim Corthell and I live at 37 Paulson Drive. And I'll be quick since I may be the last person to talk about this. I want to endorse all the comments from the people who have expressed support for this initiative. I think it's a terrific idea. It's difficult to live in Maine if you don't have a car. It really is. And I'm not quite there yet, but I do dread the day when my family tells me that I can no longer drive. And when that time comes, I think it would be a wonderful opportunity to be able to have some public transportation available at a reasonable cost. And I think there are a lot of people today who would take advantage of it. But until we engage in this pilot program, we won't know the answer to that. And for a relatively small amount of money, in the grand scheme of things, I think it has the potential to provide a great benefit to the people in this community, and I hope you'll support it.
Thank you. You left yourself a little bit of time.
It's still Judy Johnson, still 14 Cedar Brook. I just wanted to add that, you know, it's not written in stone. It's an effort. It's a trial. Why not try a trial?
Thank you. See, we have at least a couple people online. Liam?
Deb, you should be able to speak.
Okay, I am Deb McDonough. I am still at 6 Minute Man Drive. In this segment, I'm here as chair of the Sustainability Committee to call your attention to a memo that you should have received by email, which reports the Scarborough Sustainability Committee's strong and unanimous support for expanding public transit service in Scarborough through Greater Portland Metro. On a personal level, I'm absolutely thrilled to see Scarborough taking this step. As many of you know, I love transit and for years commuted from Scarborough to UNE on the Saco Biddeford bus. but couldn't in good faith recommend transit to others because it was so difficult to find a place to park my car in order to access transit. So this proposal takes our transit offerings to that next step. So on behalf of the Sustainability Committee and in also speaking for myself, I encourage you to vote in support of the 3-year pilot program as proposed by Greater Portland Metro and discussed at your previous meeting. Thanks.
Thank you.
Andy, you should be able to speak.
Hi, Andy Blanchard, 112 Maple Ave. I just want to say that I hate taxes as much as the next guy, but this one kind of seems like a good idea. I don't think the route will personally impact me, but it seems like a decent start. I think cars are dumb, and if it was more accessible, I think and probably my wife would use it. I've also met a fair amount of people recently that don't drive and do require public transportation. So I think there's a fair amount of people that it could benefit if it was available. And I just think it's kind of a bummer that it's coming up to vote during a budget season that we're already way over budget on. But it's one step closer to the Scarborough high-speed rail system that we all need. That's all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Going once, going twice? Oh, we do have one more online. Thank you.
Portia?
Hear me?
Yes.
I would like to speak in support of the Metro project. I mean, one statistic that hasn't been thrown out tonight that I've heard is approximately 75% of the traffic within Scarborough, or 75% of our traffic happens within Scarborough. And so if we can take cars off the streets for short trips, that would be huge. But I also see it as an opportunity to connect workers with jobs and to enable visitors from Portland and other places to come to Scarborough without creating additional traffic or parking requirements. And affordable, accessible, dependable service certainly increases property values and enhances livability in densely populated areas. In our growth areas, certainly we're having more and more people. And the largest complaint that we get on the community survey is traffic congestion. And this is one very significant way to reduce that congestion. Scarborough is very car-centric, and it's just not sustainable. We cannot physically increase our road capacity, and so we have to figure out how we can continue to move as many or more people without that possibility. And so if we fail to look forward, traffic congestion is only going to worsen along with traffic accidents. And so I think this is a very forward-looking, hopeful project to consider. So I would vote, or I would ask the council to strongly consider voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, that's it. Thank you. So I'll start off with the comments about whether I have a conflict of interest. Even though it was sort of presented as a revelation, I think everyone here knows and has always known that I work for a nonprofit affordable housing organization that is purchasing, not leasing, purchasing a property in the Downs to provide affordable housing for people with physical disabilities. I'm not an equity partner. It's a nonprofit. I'm an employee. I don't make more money if we collect more rent. I personally could see there, and I would recuse myself if things were at a different stage where the project was still pursuing competitive funding from the state or from another source where if there were scoring criteria where the project could stand to have a better chance of getting financed if there was transit there. That's not the case. The financing is all secured. It's also affordable housing. I don't think there's any marketing risk. I don't think there's any greater chance of leasing the property up faster if there's bus service. All of that said, I will defer to the council, and I will recuse myself if that's the will of the council. So I will leave it at that, and if someone would like to discuss that, that's
Go ahead, Bill.
up to you.
I think it would be an enormous stretch to ask you to recuse yourself. I mean, this is a short-term thing. I don't even know how much the Downs is gonna benefit from it, other than being on Route 1. So everybody else, you know, is on Route 1 too. So I don't think that you should recuse yourself.
Claire?
I'm in support of Corey also. I don't think there's any need to recuse himself on this. I can't draw a straight line to any financial benefit or an increased likelihood that the building he's involved in receives some benefit in marketing or anything. They're already targeting an affordable population with restrictions around how they qualify for that housing. So I don't think there's a marketability to the transit that would bring any need for Corey to recuse himself from this.
Thank you. Anyone else want to comment on that? John?
Yeah, I mean, same as Larry, like, you know, conflict of interest to me is when there's like a clear, direct fiduciary benefit, and I am not seeing how that could happen as a result of your vote on this. Frankly, I feel like we're all gonna financially benefit from this service if we use it, because it's gonna save us money. So maybe we all should recuse ourselves and not vote on it.
Thank you. If there are no other comments on that, I will plan to participate in this discussion and vote. And I would call for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Thanks. Discussion or questions?
Go ahead, Gary. I'll go after you.
Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you everyone for sticking around. It's late. I'm tired. I don't know about everyone else. I'm supportive of public transit. I do worry that the survey, everyone's referencing the survey. I support it in the survey, but I would never use it. And I think just, we get a lot of feedback from residents, and I personally, I'm concerned there's maybe a misunderstanding as to how much we're bringing the metro to Scarborough, where right now it's a very limited sort of program. I appreciate all the comments, but what I heard tonight was that there's a lot of partners in Scarborough that we could be working with. I personally feel like we should be soliciting more partners. I think directly that the Downs will be benefiting from it. This Intermed, Maine Health, we had the VA here tonight. We have Martins Point. I feel like we should be partnering with these businesses who are going to directly be benefiting from them. I'm uncomfortable during this really hard budget season using these funds when I'm concerned that we have not explored other partners for this deal. I've heard all the explanations. I am supportive. I am just, generally Maine is very spread out. Scarborough is one of the most spread out communities in this area, so when we hear anecdotes about, I love the transit, this is just it's not here. So I know it has to start at some point. I just would prefer it to start with other partners that are going to be directly benefiting from it, not kind of taking this risk of this plan. And I think knowing the unknown of what's going to be happening after it, it's entering a partnership and not knowing what our responsibility is in 3 years. And I think, as we just learned with the Eastern Trail, suddenly now we're on the hook for more money that we didn't know was coming into this agreement. And I'm just very uncomfortable with the financials as well. So I would love to find some partners to do this with and not use taxpayer funds.
Thank you. Michelle?
Okay, thank you. I agree with what Karen said. I also just want to highlight Andy's quote, "Cars are dumb," as the highlight of the meeting. That was funny. I have a bunch of questions. And some of these maybe, I guess, are for Tom. In the letter from, who is it from? From Glenn. He references Greater Portland Metro's in the process of securing a $75,000 commitment from the Downs, development for bus stop improvements in Scarborough outside of the Downs, as well as a commitment to full all bus stop improvements within the Downs. I'm very uncomfortable entering this when it says they're in the process of it. Like they haven't committed, or where?
I'm not a party to those discussions, but I think the words, you can take them literally. Those conversations have been going on for some time. I expect they'll be concluded shortly. But I can't really speak to the nature of those discussions. I'm not part of them.
Because this was a letter that Glenn sent on April 30th. So I just thought, and some people had, said I remember when we voted on the CEA and one of the council members, I thought was going to be a no and ended up voting yes. And afterward I said, why'd you change your mind? And they said, well, they're going to give us land for the school. And then we went, that was their understanding, is there might be, we're going to get land. And then we ended up not getting land. So I feel very uncomfortable not having something contractually in writing signed off on, saying like, we're committed to 75,000, we're gonna pay for bus stops. And I think Bill said Route 1 and Payne, but it's my understanding, looking at the maps, it goes right through the downs. So they definitely benefit. So I guess it's just more, Tom, that just feels very like up in the air to me. And I'd want to know, like, are they giving us 75,000 and are they maintaining those, or are we negotiating and then we sign this and then a month later they say, oh yeah, we don't want to do that.
I don't believe anything in discussion with the Downs, what we're talking about with expanding Metro and Scarborough has anything, lives or dies on whether that investment happens.
Okay.
For that matter, Metro, for their own right, is having ongoing discussions with major employers in town that we're not at the table with. That's part of the normal business. I don't quite understand this concern with the Downs. If anyone's benefiting, it's the 2,000 people that live in the Downs. Those are our residents. And so I just fail to understand and appreciate this concern with a private interest benefiting.
Well, I guess I feel the same way if it said Intermed, like they're the only ones called out in the document for specifically,
Sure.
So if they had said Maine Health, I'd say, so have they signed the contract for us? Like, is Maine Health giving it? I don't care who it is. If it's Hannaford, I don't care.
To the extent that ridership can be expanded through partnerships with business that Metro identifies and materializes, we will benefit from that. Because ultimately, should we choose to be a full member of Metro at the end of the pilot, our dues, our costs are reduced by ridership.
Yeah.
And so all of those efforts should be applauded, should be encouraged, and I'd like to participate in those going forward.
I guess another question I have too is, there was someone sent a note into all of us just saying, looking at the annual assessment, and somebody brought it up. I can't remember who brought it up tonight, but just how do they determine, because like Falmouth, they said was 322, Westwick was 909. Like there's a big difference between almost $1 million a year and like a couple 100,000 a year.
It all has to do with the level of service that's provided. It has to do with the ridership that's documented, current and projected. Clearly, we need experience with the pilot, and we would need a deep understanding of what the data, what the costs are at the time we would consider full membership. And we're not there. What we know is what's in this agreement.
Okay. And I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott?
Yeah, I think we do need transportation, especially for like Veterans Home, Calvale, retirement home.
Yeah.
I think we should be putting our money towards targeting those areas. I don't think we should do across the board transit, a shuttle where the high school kids can call up and get a shuttle to come get them, to take them to Hannaford's, or from the library to Hannaford's or something like that. And I that would be open for them to do. Anybody, it's a public transit. And, I don't want to be a city. I don't want to be referenced to South Portland or Saco or anyway, I want to be Scarborough, So I think that we should maybe pursue this further, but have our own thing. And I think, volunteers should be, we need more, we can't get volunteers. So we should probably have some kind of a shuttle that does go, and they can call and get a ride to doctor's appointments and maybe Hannaford's, the grocery store, the two important things they need for transit, and target that. Because pleasant woman that spoke here, she can't drive. I mean, you know, if she, you know, me and myself, you know, I wouldn't have the problem. My mother, when she needed a ride, I'd do it, you know, and I think we should, but some people don't have that option, so they're stuck, you know, so that is a serious issue. But this, it doesn't really cover it. I mean, because it just does a little small area. And if it doesn't go down to Calavera, you know, then they're out, you know, and it'd be just a small area in town, and an area in town where I guess you get the veterans home, maybe they would access that. Veterans home would have access to it. But doesn't the Portland bus service, I don't know how often it goes by, but I mean, and this shuttle service, from what I understood, will take you to the bus, but not to Portland. If I understood it right.
Right.
So it's not really a real benefit. I think we should have a shuttle that, you know, maybe if somebody had a doctor's appointment at the veterans home or in Portland, we should have a shuttle. We have, you know, a van in town or whatever that could go and they could call and get a ride. And if it was something like that, I'd support it, you know, even though I'm a tightwad when it comes to money. But, you know, I just think that this is, it's not gonna be enough benefit to those people.
I just want to point out, the proposed initial area for transit captures about 10,000 Scarborough residents is within that area. So I just want to be clear that there's a fairly good capture, and I think for logical and geographic reasons, at least initially going on the other side of the turnpike doesn't make much sense.
Right.
So this is a start, and I think we would need to understand, and I've heard countless times that these lines can be changed.
How many stops are there, Tom?
On the fixed route?
Yeah, on the one that's proposed for the pilot. I was trying to count it. I couldn't figure out how many stops there actually were.
I'll have to refer to Glenn. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Glenn, you can come up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
put you on the spot, but everybody online needs to be able to hear you.
figure it out.
Thank you.
Listening at home. The stops are typically spaced between about a third and a quarter of a mile spacing. I want to say it's about 12 stops in each direction, but
In Scarborough?
yes, in Scarborough and then more in South Portland and Portland, of course. I think that's about right.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks.
That's very good.
Yeah, I think we're getting a little lost in all the discussions around coverage and benefit and all that. This is a trial pilot program. I think the intention would be that if it proved to be viable, that the service would expand based on ridership and all. And I think from what we've heard from the public is that there's some people that would use this by need. They need the transportation, and some would be choosing to do it by choice. They don't want to drive a car. It's less expensive than owning a car. So, and then the bigger thing in there is that we're undertaking a trial program that I have come to understand there are ramifications of getting out of that 3-year agreement early. But at the same time, at the end of that, there's a decision point that we're not obligated to continue past that. And other entities are going to pay $5 million of this trial. So a little bit conflicted because 3 hours ago, I said that I was not really in favor of the Route 1 effort. And that had some of the same projected benefits of, safety, calming traffic, and access. But I view this differently, and I'm going to support this because I think it's an investment in our community, in our seniors, and it's a 3-year investment to get what could be the start of a real benefit to the lifestyle of the community. So that's right.
Thanks. Bill.
Yeah, I see this as a low-income support initiative. People who don't have a car are going to welcome this because, wow, all of a sudden, I don't have to walk several miles to get to Hannaford. I see it as a benefit to seniors. As someone who's in his 80th year, I can see the horizon where I'm not going to be driving a few years from now. And boy, I'll be delighted to be able to call that a cab up, grab that bus, and still feel like I have my own independence. And we have a lot of seniors in Scarborough. And so these are and this is brand new. This is something that is coming to Greater Portland. Get on board, folks. This is the time to get the data, work with the people at Metro, reshape, expand as needed. I'm fully in support of this. This is a terrific opportunity to help people, whether it's low-income people in Scarborough or senior people in Scarborough, or people who, like me, love to go to the library all the time. And by the way, they now have got the Boston Globe there so that I can read my sports each day. So this is a terrific win-win-win situation. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
You're gonna need to extend the meeting.
Oh,
Yes.
right. Thank you for that point of order. We need to suspend the rules in order to go past
Yes.
10 o'clock.
Do I motion to suspend the rules?
Second.
Any discussion on that? All in favor? That's unanimous. Even Scott voted for that one. All right. Good. All right. John.
Yeah. So I'm in supportive of this tonight. I think our residents have made it clear in the survey that they're looking for transit. I do think we got a lot of emails that express broad support, and I feel like reading the room, I feel like we have more support than not. It's good for sustainability. It's good for traffic and congestion. You know, partly why I voted no earlier today was because I feel like our residents want more traffic movement, less congestion. The pilot project discussed earlier really, to me, went in the opposite direction for safety, which again is always the challenge when we're talking about traffic, because those are really the three legs of the stool that you want to address. This one for me addresses the two that I think are the biggest concern for our community by allowing for hopefully new routes, and maybe someday it does make something, if we do see a lot of ridership, to have Route 1 lose a lane, because we don't need it, because the traffic has gone down. I know that's optimistic and probably unlikely, but again, public transit does help with that. It's good for economic development. It's good for affordability. Scott, to your point about people being able to get around, I was thinking, man, I'm surprised Scott is saying he would support a service like you were talking about, because that's a person that we have to hire and pay their benefits. That's a vehicle we have to maintain. That's gas. That's probably going to be net a lot more than the service that are the money we're being asked to pay here. And here it's a provider who has a track record of providing that service professionally, which we would be dabbling in and probably barely meeting the needs. So I think if we want to do what you said, I think this is the best way to do what you suggested. It's good for economic development. It's going to help people with their jobs get around town. It's going to help employers attract new people. People can't afford to live in Scarborough, as we all know, because it's so expensive. So maybe they might be coming from Portland and be able to take the bus to get easier down here to work. So I think it's good for that. Great for our seniors and the youth wanting independence. So I know we've heard a lot from seniors tonight, but I know a lot of youth, because I've accidentally mentioned this to my son and his friends, and they're like, we want to get on the bus. We want to be able to get to our friends' houses. We want to be able to do stuff. And, you know, I think that's great that, you know, as a parent, I'm nervous, but at the same time, I want to support his independence. And this gives me an opportunity to do something like that and his friends. As was mentioned, it's aligned to our goals. There's so many reasons we set it. And Karen, I'm going to point this out for you. We don't have one, we don't have two, but we have 3 committees in our community who have said that they support this. So as you voted earlier about supporting our committees, let's support our committees. I'm hearing a lot of the downside to this as it relates to our budget. To some degree, this is a hard budget season, but it's because we chose to make it a hard budget season. It's self-imposed, and it's the right thing to do. Don't get me wrong, I'm not disagreeing with what we're trying to do. But we are the envy of many communities around us who are paying 7%, 8%. I think we even saw one community's paying 26% in their mill rate increase. And we're at 2.91 right now, based on the work that's been done. So I just want people to think about that and think about how, for many across the state, I think they're looking at Scarborough and the fact that we're able to make really smart, good investments in our community and keep the tax rate really low. That's something we should all be proud of, and we shouldn't defer something just because of a self-imposed target that, you know, again, we're choosing to do, I think, again, for the right reasons, but like, let's not lose the forest for the trees while we're working through the budget. I agree with Tom about the Downs. You know, I get that there's a lot of people in our community who don't like the developer, and that's fine. But I care less about the developer, and I care more about the 2,000 residents that we represent who live there, who would love to use this probably as an option. And so I think it's a great thing. So again, for the comment that was made of, you know, challenge the council to use it, I'm going to use it. I'm going to have my kids use it. I'm going to tell my friends to use it. And I think it's going to be a great thing for our community to try and see how it goes.
Thanks, John. I guess it's my turn. Yeah, John said it really well in a lot of ways, and including with respect to how this fits into the budget and the budget process. I appreciate that perspective. And as was pointed out by Stannis at the podium, we literally are talking about a fraction of a % of the budget to leverage more than 10 times that amount so that we can do a pilot to see if this works, and working with a proven provider. And, you know, I appreciate the comments about how survey results and responses can be interpreted and maybe spun in certain ways. But as John mentioned, we got a lot of emails. We've heard a lot of supportive comments as well. I was really struck by the outpouring of email comments in support of this, really from a pretty broad cross section. It wasn't one development, it wasn't one part of town, it wasn't one demographic, although there certainly were a lot of seniors. I was really struck by that, especially during a season when we tend to hear more negative things, particularly around the budget. I mean, truth be told, we hear mostly negative things in general, but that's the nature of the beast. So it's not often that you get that outpouring of support for spending a little more money and trying something. And the only thing I will say about the Downs is that, you know, I agree with what John said about hopefully focusing more on the people who live there. It's not a monolith. It's their individual homeowners, individual properties there. It's a maturing area. There's also I hear people question sometimes, well, whatever happened to the town center? Well, I think something like this could help hopefully accelerate that. It's something that I think is finally on the horizon. And it's a part of town that has a lot of density. So when there are comments about, well, can we really support this? Are there enough people to support it? Is Scarborough or is Maine the type of place where people will take transit? I think the Downs is one area where we have a couple others in town where there is, I think, potentially that critical mass, and will only be more so. I've heard comments as well about the microtransit and comments about, well, do we want to sort of effectively subsidize kids to be able to get a car to go to Starbucks or Hannaford or whatever? Those kids are going to be going and doing that stuff anyway. And as someone with who not too long ago had 3 high schoolers and still drives to that area occasionally, anyone who's driven in that area when kids are getting out of school knows that it's not always the safest. So if a few kids use that service to go somewhere, and they're maybe taking cars off the road, and it's safer potentially than getting into an Airbnb with a stranger, then all the better for me. There also are comments, and there's sort of this recurring theme of what I didn't coin this term, but sort of don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. And so there are comments about, well, you know, we should be doing this, or maybe we should explore that. This is what's in front of us right now. And it may not be perfect and it may prove to not be what works for us, but I support giving it a shot. With that, open it up to any final comments or questions?
I have one
Michelle?
final comment, I promise. The gentleman from the VA, I just want to thank you for your comments and thank you for your service. And my father was a patient of yours there for a number of years before he passed away. He served 30 years in the Navy and got the best treatment and care and respect there of any place he ever went for care. So thank you.
If there are no further council comments or questions, I will call the vote. All in favor? All opposed? Thank you. Show that passes 5-2. Thank you. Thanks again for all your comments. Moving on to our final action item, order number 26-040. Act on the request to approve the names posted to the planning board as recommended by the Appointments and Negotiations Committee at the April 15th, 2026 Town Council meeting. Bill, would you like to give us up?
Yes, I do.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. Move William Sedlak from first alternate to a full voting member with a term to expire 2026. Appoint Ed Hodgson as first alternate with a term to expire 2028. And Marvin Gates as second alternate with a term to expire 2028.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any public comment? None? Any council discussion? All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you.
So thank you.
Item number 13, there is no new business at this time. We have no non-action items, and that takes us to council member comments. Anyone still want to talk?
Who did
that? Good night.
Yeah, I know.
Good night.
All right,
Will you accept the motion to
I'm
adjourn?
I would welcome that.
I so move.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor? That's unanimous.
We are going home.
Thank you.
Wow, with authority, Corey.